The next moment, a red light flashed on them, and the pressure vanished. Varian gazed at them as he punched down at the beaten clone. Crunch. The skull of the clone was crushed, and the Demon King's clone was destroyed. Varian didn't have the time to rejoice as one of the male clone lunged at him. His arms turned into one of a dragon, and he clawed at Varian. At the same time, from 3 different directions, water beams, fireballs and lightning arcs shot at him. Varian didn't even try to take them head-on and decided to dodge. But before he could move, his head turned dizzy and the space around him was blocked. Damn! However, Varian's head cleared up quickly, and he used the lightning and space powers on top of his physical strength to break open the space. Creak! Whoosh! Varian sensed the elemental attacks coming from 3 directions while the dragon-armed attack came from the front. I must bring down the numbers. He picked up the Demon King clone's corpse and yelled in his mind, take off the restriction from this. Why yes. The ghost AI replied. The red light from the corpse vanished and the natural power of the corpse restored itself back to level 6. Varian bent it and used its huge body as a defense to the elemental attacks while he froze the space around the dragon's fist. Creak. It broke the space binding in an instant. But, zap. Thick lightning bolts bombarded it, causing it to spill blood. The very next instant, Varian punched it with all his strength. Boom. Crack. The corpse blocked the elemental attacks, but Varian was blown away by the punch. Despite its momentum reduced by his space and lightning attacks, Varian was still not a match for its strength. He underestimated how stronger a dragon's fist was. Varian's insides were a mess and his arm bones shattered. However, he held onto the corpse with the other hand as he was blown away. Before they could launch a second round, the green light flashed, and his injuries healed. Plus 60 XP body path, 260/1000. Morpher path level 0, 30/30, awakening. As Varian picked himself back up, he felt something new sprawling from his heart. It was similar to Chi, but distinct enough. If he had to compare it, Chi was a standard model for everyone. This one was very personalized. Prana, he muttered as he felt his heartbeat rise up. Prana flowed along his body and strengthened it. Morphers would get their strength from transforming into plants or beasts. However, the transformation only began from level 4. So from level 1 to level 3, depending on the entity they would later transform it, they'd receive an increase in stats. For a beast morpher, the increase was obvious, and it indicated the type of beast one would later transform into. Varian felt his vitality increase. It wasn't regeneration per se, but the life force of sorts. With a higher life force, he'd be able to survive even grievous wounds, which he never lacked. At a very high life force, even if his heart is blasted, he could survive for some time. Morpher level 1, 10/100, but since it was only level 1, the increase was slight and made no difference to the battle. Varian landed with no injuries as he held the corpse. Now it was a meat shield. From being punched to landing, it all happened in a second. He glanced at the 7 figures in front and gripped the corpse tighter. At least one, who should I take out? Then he set his sight on a female abyssal. Standing 7 feet tall, her long hair and pupils were both white. As he looked at her, Varian felt his brain breaking down. It was as if someone was prickling needles in his brain and pushing him to lose consciousness. At the same time, her eyes seemed to draw him in. No. Varian tried to pull himself out, but his grip on the corpse slowly loosened. Master! The ghost cried out. Varian's eyes snapped open, and he dashed at her the next moment. Zap! Shao! Whoosh! The lethal elemental attacks, fire snakes, lightning dragons, and water whales threatened to end him. Varian channeled his mana, space power, and chi one shot. At the same time, a dragon claw shot from his left and a brown branch, cutting through the air, shot from his left. As Varian was just about to reach her, the space around him solidified. His mind also spun, and he almost fell asleep. Damn. Varian bit his tongue and used his warm blood to keep himself sober. Creak. He broke through the space once again and held the corpse to hold out the dragon claw and the branch attack. But that exposed him to the 3 elemental attacks. Varian splurged his space power and set up multiple space blocks. Creak. Crack. Creak. They were broken easily, but the substantial quantity reduced the danger of the attacks. Covering himself with lightning mana, he punched out at the white-haired Abyssal. The Mirage Queen. Creak. Crack. The space block protecting her broke easily, and he crushed her neck. But at the same time, the elemental attacks finally arrived from the side. The dragon claw and the branch attacked the corpse right then. Boom. Boom. Zap. Varian was sent flying as most of his body was either burnt or frozen. Blood gushed out of his body as he clung to the clone's corpse. XP plus 60, Body Path, Enhanced, Level 4, 320/1000, his body grew significantly stronger in a short period. At the same time, a green light flashed on him and all his injuries healed in an instant. XP plus 30, Morpher Path Level 1, 40/100, the prana in his body rose and increased his vitality and strength. But to the current Varian, the increase in strength was still insignificant. Thud. As he was about to land, space froze, and the attacks arrived. Varian took a deep breath. Varian covered his vital regions and took in the attacks. Without the interference on his brain, he was confident in protecting his vitals. The firewall burnt his skin and the ice spikes pierced his muscles, the lightning nearly paralyzed him. Varian didn't dare to fight with the dragon claw, so he always used the corpse. Even the plant morpher was blocked with the corpse. Plus 40 XP, Body Path, Enhanced, Level 4, 360/1000, the green light shone again and his burnt skin, punctured muscles and insensitive muscles all reverted back to their peak. This time, he was able to grasp the green light. It was prana. Plus 30 XP, Morpher Level 1, 70/100, from his heart, Varian felt the new power slowly rising. His strength didn't see any substantial increase, but his regeneration did increase significantly. Next is that space. He grinned at the black-haired female Abyssal. Hollow Queen. She was a sovereign equivalent in space path. Varian put the corpse in his space ring and shot at her with great speed. Outside the inner space, it was a stupid decision to run at a space awakener. But here, in a place where teleportation was not possible, it was the best tactic. Zap. Roar. Blue. The elemental attacks aimed at him. Without the burden of the corpse and with increased physical stats, Varian dodged the fire snakes and ice spikes. However, he was still hit by lightning spears. But he just smirked. He knew he couldn't hide one attack, he chose lightning. Zap. Zap. Mana covered his body and decreased the lethality of the lightning spears before they plunged into his body. Even though he was still injured, it was at a bearable level. He broke the space blocks with his physical strength and reached the Hollow Queen's clone. Whoosh. Shaw. Meanwhile, the dragon claw and the red branch reached his back. Varian used his space sense and adjusted his position. Then, his lightning fist broke through her final space shield and crushed her heart. Boom. Shoo. The dragon claw and the red branch pierced his lungs from the back and came out from the front. Varian summoned the lightning and channeled it into the dragon claw and the red branch. Zap. Zap. They were lightly injured and paused for a split second. Banking on the opportunity, he pushed himself out of them. Zap. Shoo. Ka. Right after he escaped, the elemental attacks arrived. Varian tapped his space ring, and the corpse appeared in between him and the attacks. Boom. The attacks were blocked with ease as Varian smiled through his bloodied teeth. Plus 40 XP, Body Path, Enhanced, Level 4, 400/1000, his injuries were healed instantly and his morpher path quickly progressed. Plus 30 XP, morpher path level 1, 100. Varian glanced at the remaining 5 foes. Even though he had no injuries, his aura reserves weren't infinite. But he smiled, it's not so threatening anymore. I can use this chance to get more XP. He eyed the golden-robed Abyssal Thunder King's clone. Varian put the corpse into his space ring and rushed to him. This time, they seemed to change their strategy as the clones finally looked at the 2 formations in the distance. Oh crap. Varian got anxious. If the undead formation wasn't present, then Varian would have died after killing the Mirage Queen. The only reason he was able to take them down so easily was because of the instant healing. If the formation was absent, then Varian would already be a dead man. He didn't know which one they would attack or if they would attack 2 at once. But he had the chance to shield only one. So Varian ran to the curtail formation. Even if the undead formation was destroyed, to kill the living clones, Varian would just have to be careful to not get severely injured and still stand a chance of winning. If the curtail formation failed, however, then the clones would revert to level 6. It'd be game over. Ghost, can it hold on? He asked in a hurry as he inched towards the curtail formation. 1 attack. Only 1. The ghost said in a crying voice. Varian took a deep breath and gazed at the 2 clones rushing to the curtail formation. The Abyssal with dragon feet, and another Abyssal ran as he stretched his arms. They turned into branches and launched at the curtail formation. On the other side, the 3 elementals raised their hands and prepared to attack the undead formation. Varian hurled his space ring at the undead formation. Use the corpse to defend. And he rushed at the incoming Abyssals without fear. As long as he protected his head and heart, he'd be fine. Arg. Varian issued a battle cry and blocked the dragon fist. Boom. His arm was flung back and Varian knew it wasn't separated from his body only because he could still see it. He didn't give it a second thought and raised his other arm. Lightning crackled and the space around the morpher solidified. Zap. Boom. As Varian punched broke his fragile neck, his dragon claw punched Varian in the gut. Cough. Varian felt his organs crumble. If it was a normal battle, he'd surely die. But with the green light, it wasn't normal anymore. He raised his arms in defense and lightly twisted his body. Kai. The branch broke through his arms and pierced beside his heart. Varian held the branch and pulled hard. As the clone just attacked, his body wasn't in a proper stance, so with Varian's pull, he flew towards Varian. But he didn't intend to give Varian any advantage. He pulled his branch hand back and lashed at Varian's head. Varian jumped at the Abyssal. Boom. Boom. The branch pierced through Varian's arm and nearly severed it. Crack. Varian's knee crushed the chest bones of the Abyssal and his follow-up kick crushed the heart. Ha! Varian collapsed on the ground. The green light flashed on him and healed his injuries, but he was already feeling tired. Damn! He cursed and ran to the undead formation. The ghost AI stretched its arms and, through some means, tried to hold the corpse to block out the attacks. However, the body wasn't wide enough to block all the attacks. Zap! A lightning bolt landed on the undead formation and it shook violently. Before he could attack again, Varian appeared behind the Thunder King's clone and ripped him apart. The other 2 clones glared back at him and seemed to decide to give their best shot. Ha! Zah! A huge fire dragon and ice phoenix rushed at the undead formation. No! Varian ran like a madman, but he knew he couldn't outrun them. So, he decided to spend the last of his space power in one shot. Space solidified in front of the attacks and was broken. Once. Twice. Thrice. 4 times. 5 times. Creak. 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 The attacks quickly broke through, but the interruptions were enough so that Varian finally overtook them. He stood in front of the formation and shielded it. Boom! Out of the fire and ice, Varian emerged and snapped the necks of the final two clones. Ha! He panted as the undead formation healed him. It'd be cool if there's a stamina formation. He coughed and said. Yay, the ghost AI cheered. Varian leaned back in the undead formation and smiled. The system prompts rang. Plus 30 XP plus 30 XP, plus 20 XP plus 10 XP plus 10 XP. Body path, enhanced, level 4, 600 over 1000, advancing. His heart shook for a moment and the prana in his body surged. Varian wondered what his morpher path was. Morpher path level 2, 60/200, right? Why did you call me Moss? Varian was asking when the ghost AI cut him off. Master. The corpse. Shining. It yelled. Varian scanned the 8 corpses and saw a glow coming from the Demon King's clone. To be precise, from a ring on his hand. Fuck. Varian rushed to the corpse and pulled out the ring. His heart screamed. An exceedingly ominous omen. This is it. He hurled the ring out of the spaceship. Boom. As it landed, Varian turned to the ghost AI. Start the ship. Get out of here. Right then, a blinding light flashed from behind and footsteps sounded. Step. Step. With each step, it was like a mountain was pressing on him and air was knocked out of him. Sweat rolled down his forehead, down to his back. This is it. As the 8-meter-tall Abyssal entered the spaceship, Varian gulped. Use the red light. He yelled at the ghost. I used it already. It replied. Then why is he still at peak level 5? Varian's voice trembled. All of them had 3 strange tattoos on their forehead, the sign of a level 9. Plus, there was a star symbol as well. It was the unique mark of an abyss ruler, the equivalent of a sovereign. He turned his gaze back to the Abyssal that stepped into the spaceship and observed its surroundings. Varian's eyes narrowed as he observed the Abyssal's forehead. There are no marks at all. There was no Abyssal without a marking. Till date, not a single such Abyssal was found. Even baby Abyssals that were yet to reach level 1 would have a faint mark on their chin. Hey ghost, what's his original strength? Varian asked in his mind. The ghost's voice was incredibly low as it answered level 7 peak. What? Maybe he's a stronger sovereign? He tried to laugh it off. Master, the clone was incredibly exhausted. Its dropped power level is level 7 peak. Its original power level should be much higher. Its voice trailed off. Why was it calling him master? It wasn't a suitable time. There was an urgent thing to do. Varian clenched his fist and glared at the final clone. The clone wasn't even glancing at Varian. His eyes were fixed on the curtail formation. Stall it. Do something. Anything, he yelled. We'll lose. You can't win against a peak level 5. The ghost replied, in a trembling voice. Just do it. Varian stated and rushed to his enemy. He closed the distance and raised his fist to take the initiative. But boy, did he underestimate the difference in strength. The Abyssal clone, a few feet away, blurred and Varian saw a shadow flash by. Boom! Like he was struck by a sledgehammer, Varian's bones cracked and he was shot into the distance. Fuck! Through his blurry vision, he cursed and crashed to the ground. The green light covered his body, and Varian rushed back to the Abyssal clone. Plus 80 XP body path, enhanced, level 4, 680/1000, bang. Bang. A few explosives blasted towards the Abyssal clone and engulfed it in fire and smoke. Poisonous purple smoke was released, and the Abyssal clone paused for a moment. It turned towards the guns on the distant walls, and its eyes turned red. We can't overpower it. Varian punched at the Abyssal clone's back. It sidestepped and evaded his attack. The clone elbowed Varian in the gut. Son of a, Varian cursed as he sucked in a cold breath. Blood poured from his mouth and all his ribs broke. However, he clung to the abyssal clone's back and kept punching it. The undead formation showed its magic and healed him. Plus 40 XP, body path, enhanced, level 4, 720/1000, boom. Boom. The abyssal clone reached for the guns on the wall and punched them to pieces. Then, with a lightning speed, he grabbed Varian and raised his fist. Whoosh. Varian raised his arms to block the punch. Crack. His arms snapped like broken twigs and he was sent flying. The green light flashed on him, and the crippled arms were instantly healed. Plus 60 XP, body path, enhanced, level 4, 780/1000, plus 20 XP, plus 20 XP, plus 20 XP, Morpher path level 2, 120/200. His strength rose significantly, but Varian knew it was useless. Even if he advanced to level 5, he couldn't win this monster. Not now, at least. The abyssal clone's eyes were set on the curtail formation and was about to rush in the direction. Then another round of fire opened. This time, the space around the abyssal clone tightened and loosened in an instant. Crunch. The space seemed to shatter like a mirror. The abyssal clone's body walked out of the shattered space with light injury and kicked at the strange formation on the wall. Varian racked his brains. There was no solution. Unlike the previous clones, this clone has a function of detecting the biggest threat. So formations are the best targets. If it's a ridiculously strong, I can teleport and run away, right? Teleport. Varian clapped. Move the curtail formation to the entrance of the spaceship. He dashed to the abyssal clone. The clone just destroyed the final offensive of the spaceship. If I move it, it'll be damaged. The ghost ship was concerned. Or we'll die here, dumbass. Varian cursed and bear hugged the abyssal clone. If you don't want to do it, give me the control. He tightened his grip in an effort to slow down the clone. Crack. Crack. Varian's body shook as his bones broke continuously. His blood didn't stop flowing. This. As the green light healed him, the abyssal tried to swat him away. Varian didn't loosen his grip. Each time he was severely injured, the green light reverted him back to peak. The clone paused for a moment and then shifted its gaze towards the undead formation. It was annoyed enough by Varian and judged its mission to be delayed by him. So it changed its target. At the same time, Varian heard a click and was granted the control over two formations. It was as if he developed telekinetic powers and was able to move them with his thoughts. New information appeared in his mind and told him that moving them would damage them. In addition, their speed wasn't enough to escape the abyssal clone's blow. Fuck it. He cursed and kneed the abyssal clone as it sprinted to the undead formation. The abyssal clone used its arm to block off his attack, even though its speed was affected by his strike. Meanwhile, Varian used his new authority and pushed the curtail formation to the entrance of the spaceship. To the entrance. Full speed. He yelled as the abyssal clone raised its fist at the undead formation. My darling formation. I'll avenge you. He vowed and jumped back. Without looking back, he ran towards the entrance. Bang! Crunch. The formation was crushed, and Varian sighed in regret. The green light was no more. Whoosh! The spaceship shook, and the surrounding scenery changed. Absolute center of core zone. Periphery of core zone. Boundary of core and inner zone. The abyssal clone turned back and observed Varian and the formation. He rushed to the curtail formation. It was the one final obstacle. His speed was much higher than Varian and he easily caught up with Varian. Without giving him any thought, he rushed to the formation. The scenery outside continued to switch. Periphery of inner zone. Boundary zone. Outer zone. Boundary. The white barrier appeared again. The Abyssal clone reached the formation. Varian used his authority and pushed the formation to the entrance. Cross the barrier, he ordered. Whoosh! The spaceship crossed the white barrier, and an infinite dark expanse appeared in sight. Varian had no time to spare for the beautiful sight. He was still a moment away from the Abyssal. The Abyssal was about to attack the curtail formation. Varian channeled his space power and poured everything to slow it down. Creak. 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 The Abyssal clone's arms broke his space block like it was nothing, but Varian was already behind it. Open the entrance, he yelled in his mind. At the same time, the Abyssal's fist descended to the formation. The entrance opened, revealing the harsh and unforgiving inner space. Putting everything he had, Varian punched at the back of the Abyssal clone as its fist was about to connect with the formation. The Abyssal clone realized what was happening and turned back to counter Varian at the last moment. Boom! Boom! Varian was sent flying hundreds of meters due to the punch, but due to the clone reacting only in the last moment, it was not a complete punch. On the other hand, the Abyssal clone took a full-blown punch to its chest and was pushed back 10 meters with the curtail formation in its hand. But the entrance was only 6 meters away. Whoosh! The moment the Abyssal clone was thrown into the inner space, two things simultaneously occurred. The entrance was closed. The formation was crushed. The Abyss clone wanted to move, but the surrounding space seemed to tear it apart. Humph! It clenched its fist and shot towards the spaceship. The ghost gaped at the Abyssal clone. Not in fear, but in ecstasy. The black swirls in the space twisted around the Abyssal clone. With each meter the clone moved, the greater the black swirls it attracted. Soon, the clone was covered in black swirls. The space around it, the inner space, was much solid and complex for a level 7 like it to break. Despite that, the clone still struggled toward the spaceship. Inside the ship, Varian sighed in injuries. Somehow, he was getting used to being on the verge of death. After all, if the same thing happens every time one fought, who wouldn't be used to it? Still, that didn't mean he was less anxious. He was just calm. The final punch from the Abyssal clone, even though it was not a full punch, was enough to break down most of his body. Varian was surprised that his skeleton was somehow intact, even though the bones broken were too many. However, with his internal organs crushed, he'd be dying in a minute or two. Not like I didn't think of a solution. I am prepared, he thought, and his sight fell on the broken undead formation. Come. He used his authority and dragged it to him. The green plant in it had almost withered. Only a little purple liquid was left in the container. Most of the liquid was spilled on the floor when the clone destroyed the formation. Varian willed it. The plant and the purple liquid descended onto his body. From the information he got when he was given the authority, this situation was included. The plant would quickly die without a formation. Its vitality would be wasted. On the other hand, it could be taken as an emergency medication. It seemed that in actual celestial-grade battles, this plant was only a first aid kit. So every spaceship had one. At the same time, the curtail formation was actually something for training. Their daily usage items are deadly weapons for us. Varian sighed as the purple liquid seeped into his skin. The plant touched his skin and dissolved. A coolness spread throughout his body. Varian groaned in comfort and felt the aura derivatives in his body cheer. The most reactive of all were chi and prana. At the same time, systems started to prompt the XP messages it silenced since the latter part of the fight. Plus 10 XP, plus 10 XP, plus 10 XP, then another round of prompts followed. Plus 20 XP, plus 20 XP, plus 20 XP, advancing. It happened in the blink of an eye, and Varian stood up with a renewed sense of vigor. Status, Body Path Level 4, Enhanced 900/1000 Space Path Level 2, 100/200 Lightning Path Level 3, 350/400 Morpher Path Level 3, 50/400, his chi was almost reaching the peak of level 4. On the other hand, his prana entered level 3. Varian wanted to check out his new strength, but unfortunately, he didn't have that luxury. Not dead yet? He reached the ghost AI standing in front of a hologram and asked. It should be dead. The ghost focused on a particular section, and the hologram magnified. The black swirls were very concentrated in the location. There was also green liquid, the blood of the abyssal, floating around in the darkness. However, under the pressure of the space, the blood was soon crushed to nothingness. Inner space is very harsh. Varian nodded, convinced it was dead. But he was still anxious. How about we just leave? He proposed. I want to retrieve the red metal. The ghost looked at him. Varian was about to say yes when he felt something in his peripheral vision flicker. Hey! A light beam shot out of the black swirl, and an almost skeletal body rushed to the spaceship. The solid space, this time, however, failed to stop it. Go! Varian yelled. He saw a blue light shining in the center of the abyssal clone. It was a blue crystal that was rapidly shrinking. Yes! The ghost AI gave the command. But right then, the abyssal clone opened its mouth as if it was roaring and the blue crystal shrunk in half. Boom! Varian nearly tumbled as the spaceship shook. Tremors were sent throughout the ship and Varian almost thought it was broken. Boom! The spaceship shook again. Move already, he said to the ghost AI. If the spaceship was damaged, and he was thrown into the space, he would not survive. We're already moving. The ghost cried out. Varian glanced at the hologram and observed the abyssal chasing behind the spaceship. Most of the crystal was already gone. So that was powering it? Varian thought. Only one portion of the blue crystal was remaining. The abyssal clone also paused its attack and contemplated its next course of action. Its mission was to bring back the remains of Ancestor Last Light. Its method of acting was to destroy the obstacles in the decreasing order of their obstructiveness. But now it was going to fail the mission. Originally, for each mission, the instructions on what to do on a failure would be programmed. However, this time, everyone was very confident, and no one decided a mission in case of failure. In the final moments, the Abyss Emperor himself, against all protest, decided the failure mission. In case of failure, he programmed it to destroy the most strategic part of the enemy. After being thrown into the inner space, it knew the mission was a failure. It was already trying to destroy the most strategic power of its enemy. Its previous 2 strikes created a dent in a particular location of the spaceship. For its final attack, all the energy in the blue crystal, emergency life core, was drained. With an overwhelming strength, it punched in the same spot. Boom! The spaceship shook violently. Meanwhile, the blue crystal dimmed. The abyssal clone lost its final source of energy and turned to ashes. Under the space pressure, the ashes turned to nothingness. In the ship, the ghost collapsed on the ground. Varian asked, part anxious, part curious. What happened? The ghost looked at him in apprehension and answered. The space subsystems are damaged. You have 2 minutes to choose. Should we return to Earth or stay here? Or we can return to outer space. You have 1 minute 50, no, 45 seconds before the takeoff space subsystem goes down. The spaceship shook. Varian suddenly felt the space around him, almost crushing him, before returning to normal. In that brief moment, he was powerless against the solidification of space. Varian tried to calm himself, but his heart pounded against his chest, threatening to break open. His throat parched, and he felt sweat rolling from every inch of his body. I'm barely holding the space systems together. Hurry up and choose. The white ghost said, and the ship instantly crossed the white barrier. Now inside the dungeon, the threat of that deadly space binding was low. Phew. Varian sat on the ground as he tried to think over the options. Staying here was certainly beneficial. The resources, the magic beasts and, especially, the ambrosia. Perhaps he could find a more mature ambrosia with the little ghost's help. But the price was an uncertain return. What do I really want to do now? As time continued to flow, Varian questioned himself. I want to get stronger, sure. But for what? I just want to get enough merit points, and find Sia. He clenched his fist. I can grow stronger, but if it takes decades, then would the Sia be still there? It's been a year since Mom passed away. Sia could have died as well. Varian recalled his mother's serene smile as she uttered those words. Save Sia. I will. His eyes gleamed with resolve. His mean to her dream was growing stronger. 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. The little ghost reminded. Varian glanced out of the window. One could see the outside from the spaceship, but outsiders couldn't see the inside. He saw the white barrier, the gravel everywhere, and a few dried up red patches on the ground. TSK, he clicked his tongue in wonder. It was the same location he fought the red-scaled rats. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. The cute voice said. Varian gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Fuck it. We're going back. Even though this was an excellent training place, he had to leave. Are you sure? Once we start the outward journey, we can't go back. Not even a mile. I'm damn sure. The cute white ghost smiled and nodded vigorously. As it raised its hand, a luxurious golden seat appeared behind Varian and he sat down comfortably. We'll start. 50 seconds remaining. The entire floor turned dark blue. A small barrier was formed around the seat, and Varian presumed it was a protection mechanism. Wait. If you can, collect spacorts and space stones before we leave. Varian reminded in a hurry. The little ghost looked at him in exasperation. Varian felt his mouth twitch. 45 seconds remaining. You better hurry up. TCH. What? You called me master multiple times. So you better follow the protocol. Varian played rogue. He bet right. If it couldn't do it, it would reject him right away. But it didn't. So. The little ghost gazed at him with wide, black eyes and sighed. All right, master. The surroundings shifted and Varian saw a red light sweeping through the gravel all around. There seemed to be a filter differentiating spacorts and space stones. 30 seconds. The first space stone was collected. 20 seconds. The third space stone entered along with a dozen spacorts. 10 seconds. Varian said in a low voice. The seventh space stone was found. As the countdown approached, the dark blue light continued to brighten. 1 second. Varian muttered. 10 space stones and a heap of spacorts rested in the corner of the spaceship. We're off. The little ghost announced and the dark blue light engulfed the ship. Whoosh. Creak. Varian found themselves crossing the white barrier again and rushing into the endless, dark expanse. Before he could question why, a blinding blue light shone on the darkness and space seemed to be ripped apart. Boom. He soon found himself safely seated in the shuttle as they traveled in a tunnel-like spatial structure. On its dark surface, there were colorful twinkling stars. After a few seconds, he turned to the little ghost lying on a small couch beside him and asked. Where the hell are we? You really don't know? Its voice was filled with suspicion. Varian shook his head honestly. The little ghost looked at him and clutched his forehead. Then it swiped its finger, and 2 spheres appeared on a hologram. The smaller sphere was contained within the larger sphere. There was a blue layer covering the inner sphere. Varian recognized the model. The larger sphere was the outer space. The smaller one was the inner space. The little ghost coughed lightly and began. The hollow emptiness between the spheres is the outer and inner is the so-called boundary. Space awakeners enter this boundary, move a bit and then get pushed out. But one step inside is many steps outside. This is the so-called teleportation. Varian nodded. He learnt this from Sylvia's class. But this blue covering. The ghost magnified the hologram and Varian saw things more clearly. The blue layer covering the inner space was smaller than the boundary. After you cross the boundary, you touch this layer. A space awakener has to enter the layer and with his own powers, exit it. It pointed to the other side of the layer. Inner space. Varian said. How the fuck did he actually end up here then? A space sovereign is basically on the verge of entering inner space, but cannot. The little ghost threw another bombshell. Varian almost tripped. So he reached a place where a sovereign can't? Just because of some space crack or something? Now we're traveling through the layer. It pointed to the beautiful warping space. Varian enjoyed the view for a while but soon asked. Is there any benefit from this? Like, can it make me stronger or what? The little ghost snickered. Missing the lost dungeon? Varian turned to the side and sighed. Yes. I like growing stronger. Then you have an opportunity. The ghost declared. It was too fast and Varian could only see it melting into his skin. Then a familiar sensation filled his body. It was similar to when he was able to control the formations. But this time, it was the entire spaceship. No, it was the entire ghost ship. This is something like a star treasure, but much more precious. Varian couldn't help but smile. He remembered the time he traveled to Bell Healthcare. He took a normal hover cab. Even though he wasn't much affected by it, he did feel envious of the rich people. Their entire vehicle was a star treasure. They could control it. Use it to attack, defend and escape. Now, I too have a star treasure vehicle. Mine is much stronger. He nodded to himself. What transpired just now was a ritual of sorts, where a creature establishes its ownership of an item. With it, Varian also got bits of information. The ghost ship's current condition was very bad. The battle 500 years ago left it in near tatters. It also damaged the space system of the ghost ship, the subsystem responsible for travel to inner space. Initially, the ghost ship tried to hide itself in inner space and search for materials to repair itself. It never intended to contact any humans. But due to the failings of the space system, it ended up appearing to humans several times over the past 500 years. However, it quickly pulled itself back to inner space. This was the origin of the urban legend, Ghost Ship. Varian closed his eyes and grasped the important elements. The interior of the ghost ship shrunk to one of a normal room. Varian was now directly in front of the window and smiled. This is cool. Too bad there are no attack formations. He opened his eyes to meet the black eyes of the little ghost. I'll call you Boo from now on. He said. Host, please rethink the name. It seemed that his naming terrified even the usually cold and aloof system. Begone thought. Varian swatted it away. Host, one day, you'll praise me to heavens. System, are you dreaming or what? Like a bullied beast, the system went silent. Varian thought whether he went overboard for a moment. Then he shook his head. The system thought he was regretting his actions and was about to reply when he muttered. I should come up with innovative waves of cursing. I'm Boo. Boo, the little ghost, nodded. Perhaps it was not aware of the customs or just didn't care. Why pick me? Varian asked, expecting some dramatic revelation. You are the one to lead me out. You have the potential. You are the chosen one. Blah blah blah. Those were his guesses. As he gazed at Boo with intensity, it replied, Abyssals tracked my location. They would chase me even if I escape. Varian's smile reduced. So I conducted a test. You are the most intelligent creature in the dungeon. So I approached you. It stated like a matter of fact. Varian nearly coughed out blood from the reveal. Just kidding. You have great potential. It replied with an honest voice. Varian didn't choose to believe either of its opinions. What is your objective? This was a sensitive topic, but he needed to know. I just want to see if my home star system is fine. But it'd take a long time, if ever, to get there. Boo dropped its head and replied in a slow voice. Varian was surprised. This was a higher level of empathy, unlike current AIs. Maybe it is closer to life than a program. He looked into its eyes and promised. If I'm strong enough, I'll take you. I'll be waiting. Boo said and laid on the couch. Did it pick up bad habits from humans? He thought and stretched out his hand. The space stones and spacorts flew towards him and were deposited in his space ring. Not bad. He wanted to smile, but recalling his space path, he had a headache. Status. Space path level 2, 100/200, this is a few centuries behind. His shoulders slumped and he summoned a space stone into his hand along with a couple spacorts. You're practicing already? Boo titled its head in confusion. If not? Varian was confounded. The corner of Boo's white mouth twitched. Madman. Absolute training lunatic. I'm not mad. Varian tapped his chair, and it expanded into a bed. He sat cross-legged on it to start his meditation. Wait, we're almost here. Boo pointed to the hologram, drawing his attention. The hologram showed a red dot. It was their position. The red dot crossed the blue layer and now moved into the gap. Varian glanced outside and realized something changed. The bright twinkling lights had gone out. There was only pitch-black darkness. We're in the gap. I'll direct the space power, or should I say, aura, to enter the inside. The space inside the ship would also partially mirror the one outside. I'll control the intensity to keep it to non-lethal level. Boo smiled. Varian nodded. After the ritual, he was able to perceive Boo, its positive and negative emotions. He sensed no malice and thus wasn't worried. Here goes for nothing. Boo snapped its fingers and the ghost ship slightly shook. Varian felt the space around him tighten. At the same time, it turned chaotic. He hurriedly concentrated on the space stone. Carefully studying the space surrounding him, he began mediation. To progress in level 2, there were 2 requirements. First was the most direct, increase in space power. Second was the increased coordination between space sense and space binding. There was a saying on Earth for space awakeners. Chaotic space is the best space. It shows you all the variations, and you'd have to just figure out the solution from the options given instead of coming up with something new yourself. Thus, Varian descended into meditation. The space power in his body resonated with the space outside. After an indefinite time, Boo's voice broke the silence. Master, we're about to reach the outer space in 2 minutes. Where do you want to land? Varian slowly opened his eyes. The space around him shook slightly. The system prompts rang. +5 XP, +5 XP, +5 XP, space path level 2, 200. Nodding in satisfaction, he asked, how many hours were we traveling? Boo tilted its head in confusion and replied, it's been 20 minutes. Varian stood up in shock and glanced at a silver wall in front. He said in a hurry, let's stall. I want to practice more. Boo shook its head in helplessness. I can't. Varian wasn't convinced and examined the state of the shuttle. The space system is almost broken. If we mess with it even a bit, it'd break apart and we'll be trapped here. Fuck. He face-bombed. Land in a remote location of Earth. Maintain the stealth mode. He ordered. Yes. Boo nodded and focused on operating the holographic operator in front. Even though Varian had the authority, he lacked the operating skills. But with Boo on board, it didn't matter. Soon, the ghost ship reached the silver wall and crossed over. All colors exploded into existence and Varian felt like he went to hell, heaven and returned to Earth. The familiar two suns in the sky, the annoying metal box accompanying it, the militarized moon and the red crack in the sky, demon abyss. Everything was the same. Yet it felt so different. Varian wanted to get out and bathe in the sunlight directly. But he refrained. Bonk. A few patrolling hover cars passed by without sparing them a glance. Stealth is really good. Varian snickered. In the information after the ritual, stealth was the first ability. Ghost Ship specialized in hiding itself using advanced light and space technologies. That was why it was called Ghost Ship. Even though its space system was nearly gone, the concealment technology remained. Thus, Varian was able to roam without the fear of being caught. "I've returned," Varian yelled. No other human could hear his scream, but his heart was filled with joy and relief. "Where do you want to go, sir?" Boo asked. "You can sneak into dungeons, right?" Varian asked for confirmation. "Yes. The radars won't be able to find me. Unless really strong, awakeners can't spot me either." Boo spoke with pride. Varian nodded with a smile and confirmed another ability of the Ghost Ship. "You have extraordinary reconnaissance capabilities. You can detect the dungeon hideouts of Abyssals." He held his breath. Boo nodded again. "Easy peasy." Varian's smile condensed into a demonic one. "Then let's take some revenge. Go to the nearest low dungeon. I want blood." But unlike animals that remain static in the food chain, civilizations evolved at a rapid pace. A civilization that remained at the bottom of the pyramid a few hundred years ago could rise and aim for a much better position. So, for any civilization, stronger civilizations weren't skies that could not be defied, but mountains that could be mounted and surpassed. To human civilization, Abyssals were the mountains. Zions are the mountain we have to cross. Abyss Emperor glanced at the person in front. He was 7 feet tall, bathed in a silver light as golden wings flapped behind him. "Have you grown weaker with your trashy resources, Hayden?" The person sneered and the space around Abyss Emperor warped. As the space twisted, even the light dimmed and threatened to break down. "Fairy Emperor. I'm still stronger than you." Abyss Emperor replied and clenched his fist. Even though he hit it well, he was considerably weaker than his peak. "You're hiding something. Why don't you just die?" Fairy Emperor was furious. The space exploded and cracked into pieces. Abyss Emperor guarded himself and sensed his enemy teleport. All of a sudden, he looked down and gritted his teeth. "You'll pay." Boom. His speed was way higher than sonic limit, and in an instant, he reached a gigantic city. It was the only cosmic city of the Abyssals. Reka, imperial capital of the Emperor Abyss. Unlike usual times, the streets weren't bustling. Students weren't trained. Ideas weren't discussed. Meetings weren't held. The streets were desolate, save for the city guard patrolling with visible nervousness. Without warning, it happened. Boom. Boom. A section of the city, at least a few dozen miles in radius, was suddenly blasted into pieces. The houses, the buildings, the roads, everything was reduced to smithereens. Only broken limbs, crushed bodies and littered corpses remained. Abyss Emperor's figure blurred, and he punched through the air. In an instant, he appeared in front of the damaged area and his fist aimed at the Fairy Emperor. His enemy waved his hand, and space shattered like a mirror. Abyss Emperor experienced a space suction as the space cracks around him tried to pull him into the gap. He resisted it with his strength and locked the Fairy Emperor. "I just need to send him off. Endure. Endure," he told himself as he appeared in front of the enemy. Fairy Emperor flapped his wings, and the space in front of Abyss Emperor solidified. Even a sovereign would not be able to break open that space and would be crushed by it instead. Crack. Of course, Abyss Emperor easily cracked it open and saw the Fairy Emperor a few dozen miles away. He was still not used to fighting in celestial ranks and thus made a mistake. For awakeners at their level, a few dozen miles was no distance at all. Even though Abyss Emperor wasn't very old, he was an excellent warrior. Abyss Emperor's body blurred again. I'll injure him and repel him. We must endure the bullying for now. He tried hard to convince himself. And almost succeeded. Sister. Mom. A silent whisper reached his ear. At the edge of the rubble, buried under the ruins, a short boy called out. He seemed to be only 6 years old and was likely the son of a famous diplomat who was killed by the fairies. To survive, he must have been incredibly lucky. But the boy was in no mood to appreciate the luck, and he removed the debris beside him frantically until he found a familiar body. Mom. His gaze turned vacant, and he shivered. The boy's bright blue eyes lost their splendor, and he growled, I'll kill. Kill. Key. He couldn't continue and collapsed from exhaustion. Abyss Emperor's eyes turned cold. Killing my people. I'll repay this 1,000-fold. Wah. The fairy emperor only felt a blur in his space sense and hurriedly set up a space barrier around himself. At the same time, he was about to teleport. But, crack. Boom. Space itself fell apart as the punch broke the solidified space and shot at him. As a last-ditch effort, the fairy emperor created a space portal to at least block the attack. A blue opening appeared on his torso and a space portal formed. It was essentially a gate to the side of the portal and could be used to divert powerful attacks within bearable range. Alas. Boom. Crack. Abyss Emperor's fist broke through the space portal. Even though the space portal took away some of his momentum by sacrificing itself, it was not enough. Fairy Emperor could only pin his hopes on space enhancement and believe it made his defense strong enough. The fated fist arrived. Boom. As he took the punch in the gut, the space enhancement broke and the force from the punch transmitted to all corners of his body. Blurg. Fairy Emperor was sent flying as he coughed out blood and flesh. Abyss Emperor raised another fist to follow but suddenly controlled himself. I did it. This is bad. He sighed and observed the fairy emperor, who teleported a few hundred miles away. We Abyssals should endure until we find that on Earth. He calmed himself. At the worst possible moment, the fairy emperor's growl reverberated across the city. I'll slaughter your race in the Providence trial. It was not a declaration, but a statement. As those words settled down, every Abyssal in the capital, even the ones loyal to the emperor, felt heart palpitations. Their hopes took a hit, and the already gloomy atmosphere was now filled with despair. Even the guard standing closest to the emperor, a few dozen miles away, trembled lightly. Abyss Emperor's calm expression disappeared, and he yelled. Abyssals will survive. He crossed the distance in an instant and gave a full-blown punch. His strike was much faster than earlier, and Fairy Emperor had little time to react this time. His countermeasures were even more useless. Boom. Arg. As he was once again sent flying, Fairy Emperor realized the stark difference between their strength. Even though they were both at the same rank, their combat power was vastly different. I was a fool to think I could win. Fairy Emperor thought as his entire body bled the sacred golden blood. As the hundreds of millions of residents watched, Abyss Emperor let go of his restraint. Boom. Boom. Soon, he was facing a broken, bloody, and weak opponent. Kill. Kill. The cries reverberated across the capital. Every street, every district, was filled with the same word. Abyss Emperor listened to the passionate roars of his people, but didn't raise his hand. K-I-L-L. As he was carried to a safe location by the soldiers, the boy muttered unconsciously. Hayden trembled and raised his hand. He recalled every attack by the Fairy Emperor till date. Every destroyed district. Every lost life. His self-restraint was pushed to its limit as his emotions wanted him to slaughter the guy in front. His rationale, on the other hand, pushed him to the opposite. Fairy Emperor laid on the ground, powerless to fight any longer. However, he flashed a crazy smile and laughed. Kill me, kill me? Are you kidding? I dare you. Abyss Emperor's fist clenched, and he gritted his teeth. Endure. Endure. I'll just knock him out. He shook his fist and a light punch reached the Fairy Emperor. He's here. A beam of light descended from the sky, and the next moment, Abyss Emperor was sent flying. It was as if a beast was watching their every move. One wrong step and they would be killed without any resistance. Breaths were held, fists were clenched, prayers were sent. Every abyssal in their home stared at the light screen. A 6-meter golden figure floated in the air and looked down at Reka City. A golden light trailed off from his finger and shot at the Fairy Emperor. The light wrapped around him and disappeared with him. Step. Step. Abyss Emperor walked towards the golden figure. His red robes were torn, his arm flung and his shoulder continued to bleed, dropping the imperial crystal green blood on the ground. As he inched closer, Abyss Emperor felt something and glanced in a certain direction. The injured boy, the rescuing soldiers and the surrounding 100-mile area were reduced to a desolate land. The perpetrator was, of course, the light beam emitted by the golden beast in front. Without knowing it, Abyss Emperor clenched his fist and looked up at the golden person floating in the air. He wanted to curse. Ask why the Fairy Emperor was rescued. Question why the boy was killed. But he didn't. It was all useless. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "Greetings, envoy." Abyss Emperor stood alone in the desolate region. It used to be a district housing at least 2 million abyssals. Now it was all gone. And took away some of the brightest abyssals. He remembered one of his late friends' home was in this district. I promised to protect his parents and children, but... Abyss Emperor looked at the indifferent expression on the envoy as rage boiled in his heart. If and only if he wasn't the Emperor, he'd train with everything he had and kill the envoy. And his race. But, he couldn't leave everyone behind. Without him, no abyssal would be left to survive under these hounds. Greetings, Emperor of Abyss. The Golden Man, no, the Zion, the race that called themselves as the Darlings of Paradise, spoke. There was an awkward silence and finally, the Zion envoy looked down at the capital city with an amusing gaze. At least 1% of the entire capital was destroyed. That was a lot of land and lives. Generational wealth and generations of lives were lost in a snap. Fairy Emperor managed to sneak past the barrier this time. Every time in the past, he'd be detected when he encroached on the borders. Then he'd be repelled by the Abyss Emperor, the only person who could fight off Fairy Emperor. Even then, some damage was still inevitable. A few streets would be destroyed, and a couple of tens of thousands of lives would be lost. But nothing of this level. The damage this time equaled all the damage of his previous aggressions. As for why he was able to successfully sneak in this time, every abyssal had the answer. The Zion. I swear I'll exterminate your race one day. Abyss Emperor repeated his oath. The Zion envoy was unfazed by the tragic scene and declared coolly, "Do not provoke fights or envoys would have to intervene. After all, fairies are a peace-loving race." Abyss Emperor took a deep breath and said, "Yes." The facts were twisted. He became the aggressor. Fairy Emperor became a fellow ruler who just wanted to promote harmony between the abyssals and fairies. Of course, every abyssal knew the truth. Zions were arch-enemies of abyssals since antiquity. They were usually of equal power and the struggle continued with no clear victor. However, the war 500 years ago damaged abyssals severely and their overall power declined greatly. On the other hand, Zions rose in the past 500 years by kissing the ass of the 7th prince. Zion Emperor contributed even his main wife to the 7th prince. Today's Zions were, in every conceivable way, much stronger than the abyssals. The only thing stopping them from slaughtering the abyssals was the Jai protection. The military merits from the suicide fightings in the war 500 years ago gave abyssals a protection period until the next Providence trial. That meant only civilizations of equal level could fight them. A higher civilization, such as Xions, could not exterminate Abyssals. Of course, Xions didn't intend to slaughter Abyssals and risk breaking the law. So they raised a dog, fairies, and unleashed them upon Abyssals. Fairies were originally far weaker than Abyssals. But with the assistance of their masters, the Xions, they were quickly catching up. Now, even though they were still weaker than Abyssals, surpassing them was only a matter of time. There were even rumors if the emperors didn't fight, fairies would win the Abyssals. Of course, the Xions were not doing this just for normal extermination. This build-up of fairies was for the preparations to the Providence trial a few decades later. Fairies would challenge Abyssals in the trial. If the Abyssals win, they'd get the Jai protection and would be shielded from higher civilizations like Xions. That'd mean a long period of peace. If they lose, they'd lose the protection and, of course, the next thing would be extermination of the race. However, even the most common politician knew fairies were definitely going to win. Abyssals were a declining hegemon. Fairies were a rising star. Even if they're sure of victory, Xions want to humiliate us till the Providence trial. Abyss Emperor clenched his fist. Then I'll take my leave. Me and my race are looking forward to your performance in the Providence trial. The envoy disappeared with a flickering light. But before he did, his gaze landed on the palace in the center. Abyss Emperor's heart tightened, and he ran to the palace with all his might. No, he prayed. Be safe. Whoosh. He heard something cutting through flesh and rushed in the direction. Thud. Thud. In the grand lounge of the palace, two heads rolled on the ground. Not recognizing those faces, Abyss Emperor's heart calmed down. He glanced up and saw the most beautiful woman and the cutest girl standing safe, albeit with golden blood staining their dress. He heaved a sigh of relief. Daddy. The little girl jumped into his arms. Abyss Emperor patted her back and looked at his wife. His only wife. She smiled at him with an expression that said, I will take care of the dangers here. Indeed, there were several assassin corpses strewn all around. Feeling his daughter's embrace and his wife's support, Abyss Emperor's conviction was once again strengthened. Even if the odds were against them, even if their entire race was facing an existential crisis, he'd lead them out of the darkness. He was their emperor. Their savior. He stroked his daughter's little head with blood-stained arms and at the same time, pulled his wife into a hug. We'll have peace one day. I promise. His promise wasn't just for them, but for the entire capital. As his voice reverberated across every house, the Abyssals shed tears and nodded. Even though she looked powerless, to fully transform into beast form, a morpher must be at least level 7. Hayden, the Abyss Emperor, didn't stop his daughter. Now, the entire city guard would be working in full swing. The post-battle reconstruction would go on. There were dedicated officers to supervise the process, and his presence wasn't necessary. The citizens, the officers, and the soldiers all loved Eva. There was no threat to her safety from his own people. As for the others, Xions were shameless, but they wouldn't stoop low to sneak attacking on his weak daughter. Fairy Emperor was already injured and a random fairy king or queen would not dare to enter the capital. No, Hideout shook his head and glanced at the littered assassin corpses all around the lounge. Xions want to kill her, but through fairies and drive me to impulsive decisions. But that bastard is going to need a few days before healing completely. His tense shoulders slumped and he sighed in relief. How long are you going to keep me in this posture, Your Majesty? Beatrice, the Abyss Empress, nudged him. Hayden looked at her mischievous smile and wanted to smile back and tease her like he always did. But... Boho. My sister. I was in the other district. Everyone in my family died. All gone. My wife was still pregnant. My son always wanted to join His Majesty's personal guard. The heartbreaking wails resounded throughout the capital. For better or for worse, he could hear every one of them. Looking at his wife's smile, he forced himself to smile. If possible, I'd like to hold you like this forever. Without having to hear these wails. He added inside. Beatrice closed her eyes and sighed. I'm sorry, husband. A green liquid appeared in her hand and she pressed it on his chest. It slowly dissolved into his body and his injuries began to heal. Beatrice was cut off as a finger was placed on her lips. You're protecting our daughter. Guarding the palace. In every attack. Hayden looked into her eyes and said word by word. He slowly removed his finger and held her shoulders. Celestial realm is hard. I will always support your efforts, but do not risk your life. I will take care of everything. Beatrice squeezed a smile and walked away. Only her words remained in the air. I'll supervise the post-battle reconstruction plan. Hayden looked at her receding silhouette in the distance and clenched his fist. You're taking a lot of burden. Even though Beatrice initially seemed jovial with her sarcastic remark, the truth was that she was holding herself responsible for helping him. Since the day she promised to be his wife, she was pushing herself. She became the second youngest sovereign, second only to him. But in the battle with Fairy Emperor, the decisive factor was celestial rank awakeners. Hayden walked through the hallway littered with corpses of maids and servants. He even spotted a few familiar ones, including Eva's wet nurse. The old faces were gone and new faces of maids and servants cleared and cleaned up the palace. As he walked past them, they all gazed at him with reverence and even devotion. It was as if he was their messiah. I'm not. I failed to save a lot of lives today. Hayden kept an aloof exterior and appeared unfazed by today's battle. This only served to increase the confidence among the maids. An emperor must always appear confident. It was his mantra. He could hear their weak whispers. Even though it was unfortunate that a lot of people lost their lives due to that bastard sneaking in, we also got to witness our Majesty's true strength. Yes. He always held back in the previous fights. But with his true strength, that bastard was almost killed. But of course, that son of a bitch would show up and save his ass, anyway. The Fairy Emperor who actually caused the destruction was only called a bastard, while the Zion envoy was titled the son of a bitch. In fact, Abyssals never considered themselves to be equals of fairies. Their enmity and rivalry had always been with Zions. But the previous war changed everything. The celestial-ranked Abyssals all went to war to seek military exploits. But after discovering the enemy was too strong, they realized death was inevitable. Deserting the war would penalize the entire race. So they traded their lives for the highest exploits. Abyss Emperor passed by the murals that told the story of such heroes. He finally reached his workroom. It was protected by a red barrier and wasn't broken during the attacks. Hayden passed through the barrier and entered the room. In human terms, its size bordered around 2 football fields. As he sat down in the precious chair, and was about to glance at the documents on his scared wood table, the wall in front caught his gaze. It was written in dried green blood. Providence Trial. Abyss Emperor's aloof exterior melted, and he grimaced. Every civilization of Jai Empire had to go through this trial that repeated itself every few centuries. It was essentially a battle of equals. The civilizations would be tested based on their top combat power, their military power, and a long mission. The winner would get the Jai protection. They would be shielded from being exterminated from higher civilizations. Last time, Abyssals participated in the war on behalf of the Jai Empire. Of course, they were only a middle power, but coupled with their exploits and massive losses, they convinced the higher-ups to bestow upon them the Jai protection without actually participating in the Providence trial. The reason was sufficient, but the final decision still rested on the tester. To get him to nod, Abyssals literally emptied their treasury. Hayden glanced at the letters as his blood boiled. He was confident he could continue to grow stronger and defeat the Fairy Emperor in the upcoming Providence trial. But the next 2 tests, army and long missions, were extremely unfavorable to Abyssals. The Zions were pumping resources and soon, the Fairies' average power and military power would far surpass Abyssals. With Zion-sponsored technology, long missions would also be much easier for Fairies. It was originally a hopeless situation. But a message 400 years ago gave them hope. Hayden glanced at the holograph that popped up. Solar System. However, he was inexperienced and thus the Abyssal never lost him completely. Finally, after months of a crazy chase, and crossing tens of thousands of star systems, they were on the edge of the star zone. It was a star system with a single star and 8 planets. There was even life on a blue planet. The Abyssal was confused in the beginning. Shouldn't all intelligent civilizations be mapped? Even if the civilization was only an A level, it was still in the star zone's territory. Why did they not mark it? But as he entered the star system, he threw back all his previous thoughts and gaped in wonder. There was no aura. How was that possible? Aura existed in every corner of the universe. How could an entire star system be devoid of aura? Even they, an S civilization, were incapable of such a feat. He really wanted to land on the planets and check it personally. However, his target would escape. He hesitated. This star system surely held a large secret. If he discovered it, their race could go further and reach S+ level. But if he let go of his target, he'd lose significant military exploits. The army chief said that the Providence Trial Committee demanded at least 40,000 residential military exploits to even consider giving them the GI protection. It was a gigantic sum. Almost every top awakener died, and they were able to inch closer to the 40,000. There were only 2 high awakeners left. Him and his friend. To get to 40,000, at least one of them must succeed. But if both failed, they'd lose everything. The Abyssal finally decided he couldn't leave the fate of his entire race on a 50-50 gamble. But at the same time, he ordered his ship to detect the signals from the blue planet. They reached the star, and the nobles suddenly attacked him. The Abyssal fought fiercely, but in the end, he realized the noble was about to escape. So he used the Star Destroyer bomb and killed the noble. The star broke into 2, and the aftermath put him on death's door. His spaceship melted away, but in those final moments, it announced the results of its investigation. There was at least an S+ civilization's legacy here. S+. Even the dying Abyssal almost came back to life. Metaphorically, at least. But as he melted down little by little, he pulled the last bits of his strength and opened the secret messenger. Before the mission, he wanted to message his family in his last moments. But now, he didn't have that luxury. Even with all his efforts, he could only send 3 bits before he melted in the light. Due to the damaged messenger, his message reached the Abyssals almost 100 years later. His final message became the final hope, and thus he was granted a posthumous title. Ancestor Last Light. His message was, A12.29U202.S38A. S+ Legacy. Abyss Emperor stared at the solar system's holograph. At the bottom were its cosmic coordinates. A 12.29U202, S38A. He shook his head and tapped the blue cube on the table. It shone and displayed the reports. Low dungeons are quickly being conquered. In a few months, every low dungeon would be under control. Not bad. Do not provoke forces that would retaliate fiercely. Prioritize killing not so prominent, yet incredibly talented geniuses. He instructed, and the message was transmitted to the abysses far away. Yes, sir. A female voice came from the other side, full of reverence and longing. You, out of the 8, have the highest talent and thus, the greatest chance to advance to celestial rank. Work hard, Hollow Queen. He encouraged. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll put my life on the line and train. The ruler of the Saturn Abyss, the queen that never smiles, spoke in a cheerful yet determined tone. Don't die. Abyss Emperor rubbed his forehead and checked the next one. Enigma is on a killing spree. She is going to be an obstacle. Hayden remarked with annoyance and anger. Do not let her destroy any other holy altar. If you do, be ready to face capital punishment. Yes, sir. The Thunder King replied meekly. There was a Federation-wide announcement to find a boy named Varian. Oh. Abyss Emperor's interest was piqued, and he checked out the details. TSK. What an unlucky fellow. He clicked his tongue and moved on to the next one. This one seemed to be sent only a few hours ago. Unlike others, it was not presented properly. It looked more like a rough writing draft than a professional report. Did something happen? He wondered, and after reading the first line, he stood up in shock. Did something happen, Your Majesty? A few shadow guards spoke from the outside. Even though it was unnecessary, they still guarded his room from the shadows. None. He waved them off and read the report again. And he read it again. He didn't want to believe it. But reading it more times didn't change the facts. The mission to retrieve the remains of Ancestor lost light and capture the ghost ship failed. I even suffered some injuries and sent my clone. How could it fail? He muttered in disbelief, but soon adjusted himself. We can't verify anything. Maybe the spaceship to land in the inner space was flawed from the start. He tried to reason. But to have both spaceships flawed is truly unlucky. It was hard to convince himself that both of them failed. But that was the only explanation. There wouldn't be a level 4 Awakener who could kill peak level 5 and peak level 6 clones, right? Emperor, your subject requests an audience. The blue cube shone and Hayden heard a trembling voice. Granted. He nodded and the hologram of an 8 feet tall abyssal kneeled on the ground. Every part of his body was packed with muscles, and he looked like a war god of sorts. However, his face was lightly pale. Paler was the line in his eyes. Demon King. Abyss Emperor spoke. Your Majesty, I sent my clone. I failed. The nightmare of Earthlings, the ruler of Demon Abyss, cried out. The other 7 failed too. Abyss Emperor said curtly. But I also failed to protect the holy altar. The Demon King choked up. Let me kill a sovereign and a few levels 9s. That'd the best way to end my life. His pleas were met with a furious gaze. How dare you? Abyss Emperor growled. Your Majesty. Demon King's voice shivered and, even though it was just a hologram, he felt true fear. Do you think your death is noble? No. You are only escaping from your responsibilities. Abyss Emperor glared down at him. And if you want to die, die like Ancestor last light. His final message: let us find solar system, and when we get the S+ legacy, we can win the Providence trials. He spoke with conviction, and his gaze intensified. Then till the next Providence trial, we can continue to grow and even surpass the Zions. His tone turned serious. That, Demon King, is the thing to die for. Not some petty mission failure. Besides, our real enemies are here. If you die, die in a war with fairies or Zions. After a brief silence, the Demon King's eyes were filled with splendor and he nodded fervently. Yes, my Emperor. Hayden nodded lightly and checked the next report. Sorry for disturbing your Majesty, I shall take my leave. He was about to leave and Abyss Emperor suddenly raised his hand. The situation here is intensifying. Prepare with him to take down a human sovereign. We might need to end the humans before the original deadline. A local family in power could sign him up for a mutually beneficial relationship. They would provide him with resources when he goes to the military academy, and in turn, he'd help them out after he grew stronger. If he was talented enough, they'd even let him marry into the family. Even though there were no civil wars in the past 200 years, power kept changing hands. So every power did their best to grow their power and, at least, preserve it. The Abyssals had no problem if the boy was like any average Awakener, but he could grow into a high Awakener and cause them huge casualties. However, neither was he solicited nor did he rise. The boy had personal enmity with the local power. So he hid himself deep and planned to launch a revenge after rising up. Matteo stomped the skull into the valley and grinned with satisfaction. He kicked the mutilated corpse with a perverse smile. You must have wondered how the hell we knew about your level. Haha. You might hide your power in your school, hide your talent in public. But you can't hide your purchase in the trade union. Your recent purchases gave you away. Crack. He stepped onto the corpse and signaled to the Abyssals in the distance. Cremate him. Dungeon Bureau would only think they lost a normal adventurer, they'd never know they lost a future powerhouse. Yes, sir. The level 4 Abyssals, Abyssal Lords, stepped forward and started their job. Matteo walked a few steps into the valley, and the bracelet on his hand shone. He slowly stepped into the main hideout. It was a peaceful plain with a small stream flowing down a hill. Of course, it looked peaceful, excluding the menacing black building. This was the place where they tortured some geniuses and conducted their assassination training. Matteo boosted his speed, and in an instant, it rose from one of a normal mid-level 5 to high level 5. Whoosh! He broke into the headquarters and an alarm went off. The patrols scrambled to the entrance with their swords and spears, only to sigh in relief after seeing the intruder was their boss. Not bad. Matteo nodded in satisfaction. Since the last incident of losing the hideouts in the Virgin Dungeon, all hideout commanders took extra measures to avoid such incidents. By the looks of it, there was no way it could repeat. Truly, what was that Abyss Duke thinking? He lost to a bunch of students. Matteo waved his hand and walked down the floors into the commanding room. A large hologram played out, displaying most of the dungeon, including the hideouts. We're burning way more resources with extra surveillance. Damn it. Matteo cursed and walked to the conference table. There were level 4 Abyssals seated on each side of the table. They were whispering to each other when Matteo cleared his throat. Ahem, are you sure this is true? He squinted at his subordinates. Yes, sir. 1/10 of our human spies on Earth were killed in the last month. Even though most of them are weak, their links to us were released. Now we are finding it harder than ever to recruit the spies. The leading officer, a high level 4, reported in a grim tone. Damn it. Matteo slammed the table in frustration. It wasn't anger. It was frustration. He enjoyed powering over others, but being powerless himself was something he couldn't tolerate. With this sensational leakage, the government would take hardline steps to prevent spy recruitments. Most humans hated Abyssals and would never entertain the thought of working under them. But there were some extremists. Self-centered people who only sought their own benefits. They were the primary source of spies. But after this onslaught, self-centered people who value their own life above everything else would be the last to sign up for being a spy. Enigma. He muttered the hateful name. Shadow Guardians are at full work. But Enigma, she seems to be dealing with those families. Another officer with a crafty look reported. This bitch. Matteo's rage didn't subside hearing that Enigma wasn't spearheading the onslaught. Instead, it only increased. Her personal power was growing too fast, now even her collective power was growing. The threat she posed was rising. The fact that he was powerless against her disgusted him to no end. I can't do anything about this. Fuck the reports. Matteo wasn't interested in the reports anymore and walked out of the building for a breath of fresh air. He was confident they could exterminate the humans. But he always kept the Abyss Emperor's motto in mind. Maximum damage with minimum casualties. That meant killing of Enigma. Slowly, his mood calmed down and he began to reminisce about his own past. In my 40 years of life, I've never been to our main abyss. I only heard stories and legends. Matteo walked along the stream. After we win, I should be able to visit the capital of our race. Emperor Abyss. He grinned uncontrollably. But before I return, I must torture these bugs. They keep giving us a hard time. He huffed and kicked the stream. Boom. A large cavity was formed and a water beam shot into the air. But the most I torture would be Enigma, but oh well, I think Demon King would torture her till death, but I can at least torture those Shadow Guardians. He grinned. Shadow Guardians was a very new organization formed by Enigma. Their motto was to guard from the shadows. Just a couple months old, they rooted out the low-level traitors in Mars, slaughtered the school staff, secretly brainwashing the students on Venus, and caused significant damage to the Abyssals all around the solar system. One day, your skulls will roll down the ground and I will stomp it to my heart's content. He thumped his chest and stomped the blue grass. Suddenly, his hair constricted, and he was about to turn back. But right then, the space around his body solidified. He quickly broke it and barely craned his neck back. A bright light flashed, and a slit in his throat. Thud. Thud. His head rolled down the ground until it reached the foot of a 6-foot human. The human raised his feet and stomped. I like your words. I'll be stomping your people to my heart's content. Varian grinned and turned back to the black building. I'm back, bitches. I just wanted to vent after staying in that damn place for so long. Varian was about to throw an excuse when Boo said, You want to act cool? Fuck. Varian felt like an arrow pierced his heart as he looked into those innocent black eyes. Of course, that's part of the reason. But it'd be great if you stop being so explicit. He cursed and wielded his new black sword. It was one of the few functional things in the ghost ship's inventory, which lost almost everything except a few star treasures. They couldn't be called star treasures since they were manufactured outside the Federation, but they were kinda the same thing, or at least, he wasn't skilled enough to recognize the differences. The previous owner was a sword user, and he had plenty of training swords. The ones Varian found, from 3-star to 9-star, were those training swords. I won't be ripped off by the trade union at least. He sighed at his poor wallet and focused on the black building ahead. There were 24 level 3 Abyssals patrolling. All of them were body awakeners, meaning they were from the demon abyss. Varian's body blurred and, in an instant, he appeared behind a group of 4 Abyssals. Shwa. A thin trail of green appeared on the necks of the Abyssal commanders, and blood oozed out of the cut. Varian didn't bother to watch it and targeted the other 2 patrol teams. He was almost at the peak of level 4. So, his speed was anything but ridiculous to level 3 Abyssals. Shwa. Shwa. As the last group had their throats slit, the first group's head rolled to the ground, making the distinct sound of 2 solid surfaces rubbing each other. The guards turned to the direction and were about to yell when 2 arcs of thick lightning stuck and paralyzed their body. Then they saw a bright white light and 2 headless bodies standing in front of the door. Those 2 bodies were their own. The smell in the air turned rancid and the fountain of green blood was a sight to watch. Varian didn't feel it before, but watching the Abyssal die, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps he was subconsciously holding a grudge. He shook his head and slowly pushed open the door. After repeated probing in multiple dungeons, he concluded that the highest Abyssal of a hideout was only level 5. The level 6 Sarah's team encountered was probably because he was tasked with assassination and came for them personally. That meant. Varian smiled and asked through their mental link. Boo, get me in. An invisible spaceship appeared behind Varian and he jumped into it. Its size shrunk enough to fit the hallway. Scan the building and find the mechanism to enter the bottom floor. Once inside the familiar cabin, Varian ordered. With ease. Boo said enthusiastically, almost like it was trying to placate him. Varian was unamused. He was initially very excited about Boo's capabilities. A bit too much, in fact. It was a spaceship from a higher civilization and traveled hundreds of light years after all. But it was utterly damaged and lost most of its functions. Thanks to the final clone, he also lost the 2 formations that he'd give up almost everything. Boo explained later on that the final clone was likely that of Abyss Emperor. Varian couldn't digest the existence of a being higher than a sovereign. especially the fact that Abyssals had such a being. But regardless, the space subsystem was also damaged. The ghost ship thus lost the ability to travel into the inner space. There were only two important abilities remaining. First, stealth. It could hide from most technologies and even awakeners. But for very strong awakeners, like level 9s and sovereigns, he needed to maintain a certain amount of distance. Boo explained it was because its functional modules were nerfed, or it could do a lot more. It wasn't too bad of an ability. Varian sneaked into the Chad dungeon with stealth. Second, sensors. It could sense the hidden formations and other stuff within a certain range. That was how he found out the hideout's location without any map. A bonus ability was Boo's remaining space functions. Even though its space subsystem was gone, the remnants were able to fulfill some functions. It could detect space fluctuations, and if the barrier was weak enough, it could even directly enter into one. That was how Varian entered the hideout without any pass. The formation is likely under the basement and needs a manual opening. I can hit a mechanism and take us to the basement. The floor will go off and we can dive straight down. Boo said. Do it. Varian nodded. Last time, he couldn't step into the building, and in the end, the explosion blew up the building. So he didn't know what each floor held, but he knew certainly that the cross-tunnel formation was at the absolute bottom. Whoosh! All the floors below suddenly peeled off and opened the way to the basement. Who? The 30 level 4s in the hideout shot towards the basement. Boo, search for the cross-tunnel formation. He drew out his sword and stepped out of the spaceship. Human. How did you enter? Why didn't we notice any instance of key stealing? They all held different questions, but Varian wasn't in the mood to answer any. Even though his opponents were also in level 4, they were mostly in early and mid-level 4. Only a handful were in high level 4. Varian too was currently a high level 4, approaching peak level 4. But their strengths were vastly different. His thunder path was high level 3. It meant he could paralyze his enemies, even for a split second, and use his body level 4's insane speed to exploit that split second. His thunder path also increased his offensive capabilities. His morpher low level 3. To him, the rise in strength due to it was barely 1%. However, his life force was much stronger. He could survive and fight with heavy injuries for much longer. These advantages put Varian in a league of his own. Let the feast begin. He grinned and gripped his sword. The space around a few Abyssals was blocked. Lightning bolts targeted at a few others. Varian shot at the level 4 Abyssals in front. His chi and prana circulated and resonated with each other. Shwa. Zap. Creak. A slaughter began. Varian danced with his sword and lightning. His space attacks weren't lethal by themselves, but an Abyssal that just broke his space block would be hit by a lightning arc and would then be greeted by a red sword. Shwa. The lightning arcs played a bigger role than he expected. Abyssals that were injured had lower resistance to lightning and were thus lightning arcs only aggravated their injuries. Shwa. Zap. Boom. After a few minutes, Varian punched through the head of the last Abyssal. Boo replied timely, boss, 40 meters from you at 40 degrees anti-clockwise. Varian walked to the target location and glanced at the adamantine metal covering the floor. Tisk. He smiled in nostalgia and slashed his sword. Creak. Shwa. The sharp blade of his red sword easily cut through the adamantine and revealed the formation underneath. It was a circular array of intricate patterns and mysterious runes. Any researcher would be fascinated by it. But, of course, Varian was fascinated by the piles of little stones all around and on the array. Aura crystals. Boo, take this array. Take the aura crystals too. He said eagerly. Master, you are drooling. I am not. But at the corner of your mouth. That's probably blood. One of these Abyssals must have had white blood. he said without changing his face and repeated. Take this formation. We are going to the next dungeon for the aura cries, I mean for revenge. Metallic red bracelets, the keys to hideouts. He collected them and, using the layout produced by Boo's scan, surveyed every corner of the building. It was not solely a headquarters for assassination. First, there was a secure room under the basement. To enter it, one needed the bracelet of the commander. It contained the most precious object of the entire hideout, cross-tunnel formation. The same bracelet could also order the cross-tunnel formation to rise from bottom of the room to just below basement. With another order, the bracelet could set off a controlled space explosion. TSK, Varian glanced at the heavily fortified room and the rather fragile ceiling. They're desperate enough. That's why they're dangerous. He sighed and checked the basement. In locked safes, there were various star treasures, and a few explosives. Varian grasped the thin coat embedded with shiny red stones woven into a functional circuit. This is a suicide jacket. He recalled his mission in Virgin Dungeon and recognized the hooded figure logo on the jacket. Shadow Order. He took a deep breath and put them all into his ghost ship. The space inside was too huge and his storage didn't seem to affect it at all. Varian climbed up onto the ground floor and encountered several level 3 Abyssals standing in front of holographic boards. Schwa. They collapsed in a flash and he analyzed the contents on the boards, or at least tried to. His calm was broken during the fights in Lost Dungeon and Varian wasn't proficient in Abyssals. Boo patted its chest and translated the text. They're apparently missions. 1. Yun Xiao, Level 2. Age 17. Hidden Genius. He would enter the dungeon alone today. 15 points for the hunt. 2. Blake, Level 1 Peak. Age 16. He is from a poor family but strong values. He performed well in his school test and is a seed candidate of the school. He'd enter with his Level 3 Peak teacher. 40 points for the hunt. 3. Holy shit. Varian felt double déjà vu. First, he already found such reports during his entrance test. Second, these mechanisms were too similar to his academy's. He grabbed the hologram recorder and frowned. Just how deep is their intelligence network? How do they deploy their spies? He thought and finished off the remaining Abyssals in the ground floor. Then he climbed to the first floor and then, the second. The Abyssals on both floors died gasping for breath as blood gurgled out of their necks. The first floor consisted of several office rooms. Logistics. Emergency meeting. Brainstorming lounge. Break room. Infirmary. The second floor had resting quarters of the Level 4S and Level 5. There was also one official room. The largest room in fact. It could only be authorized by a Level 4 or Level 5's bracelet. Varian stepped into the room and gasped. What the fuck is this? In front of him, multiple holograms played out displaying almost every section of the dungeon. Some adventurers were hunting a magic beast. Other adventurers were ambushing fellow humans. A lucky teenager found a good herb. An even luckier girl found the key to a special location. A group of adventurers were resting after a hard battle. All of these were utterly visible to the Abyssals here. Master, are these people stalkers? Boo seemed bemused. They're creeps. Varian replied after pulling himself together. Incredibly dangerous creeps. He added inside. Then Varian used the commander's bracelet and assumed the control of the surveillance. It was almost all over the dungeon. For reference, a low dungeon was as big as a large country of Old Earth. The extensive surveillance might have shocked people of Old Earth, but in 520 YAB, it was a normal thing. But installing surveillance without adventurers noticing would be impossible. He noted and then realized. So there was surveillance from the very beginning. Abyssals were indeed the masters of these dungeons. But with everyone here dead, the remaining Abyssals in the dungeon would soon panic. Nice. Varian disabled the surveillance and entered the ghost ship. Boom! In a few seconds, they reached a white barrier, the ending of the dungeon. Inside the cabin, Varian glanced at the 40 bracelets and frowned. He had an idea on what to do with them, but doing it now would be too early. Boo, go to the next low dungeon. Varian ordered. Then, he recalled something and added, make sure it isn't going to vanish anytime soon. Got it. We'll be reaching Arrogant Young Master dungeon in 5 minutes. Boo declared. It was currently in stealth mode and passed by the hover cars without alerting the radars or surveillance satellites. Varian opened the newly constructed bathroom and undressed before dipping into the hot bath. As the warm water washed his skin, he sighed in comfort. Peace. For 5 minutes. The system's mechanical voice seemed to growing ethereal. But still, it was annoying. Its timing was even more so. Will you die if I relax for 30 minutes? Varian rebuked. Boss, what's wrong? You're grimacing. Boo's voice sounded. Increase the temperature and stop talking. Varian closed his eyes and submerged himself. For a brief period, he experienced nothing. His mind was blank, and he felt an unprecedented peace of mind. Splash. After he resurfaced, he finally sighed. 25th, Prime Month. It's been around 40 days since I was lost in the dungeon. He clutched his forehead. I missed the first month's test. But it's not my fault per se, however, it still worried him. But if the Charles bastard or Narcissus insist, then it wouldn't matter at all. That was his biggest obstacle. I'll be kicked out, no questions asked. I guess my tutor can help out. He muttered and then recalled the girl with the biggest background he ever encountered. Sarah. But still, the story he had to weave for disappearing for 40 days was too much, and Varian wanted to crush a dozen more Abyssals to calm down. However, he needed to go. I shouldn't wait any longer. But does 1 or 2 days difference matter now? Host, it's alright to vent. The system said, suggesting he should continue his raids instead of going to the academy right away. Varian didn't answer. The system changed its voice to a more feminine one. Era host, it's okay to vent. The same words, but the meaning was totally different. System, stop it. You're freaking me out. He roared as a chill ran down his spine. Yes, host. The system went back to its normal voice. Boo listened to his roars and thought. You're the one freaking me out. Varian dressed himself and looked out. He was still trembling from the trauma. Boss, we're almost there. As usual, the ghost ship easily skipped past the detection mechanisms and stayed hidden from the battalion guarding the dungeon perimeter. It shrunk and soon rushed into the blue gate. Arrogant Young Master Dungeon, here comes Varian. He collected the bracelets and set off for the next dungeon. After finishing 5 off dungeons in 2 hours, of which an hour and a half was spent on journeys, he had to stop. Even though he wasn't injured, his aura reserves were almost depleted. After all, his enemies included high and peak level 4s for regular combat and low level 5s for assassination. Varian dared to bathe again, but this time, he warned the system against any misadventure. It reluctantly complied. Status. Body path, enhanced, level 4, 900/1000 space path level 2, 200/200 lightning path level 3, 350/400 morpher path level 3, 50/400, space path was still not advancing. To be a level 3 space awakener, Varian needed to find a way to ensure he could use space block around his body and move with it. Essentially, create a mobile space armor around himself. This would increase his defensive and offensive capabilities. To advance to level 4 lightning path, he needed a more nuanced control. Expertise in shaping stable structures out of his element. For instance, swords and spears. Until now, he was only able to create lightning balls, lightning arcs and lightning beams, which were just bigger lightning arcs. If he could shape lightning to his desired shape, then mana could be used much more efficiently. At the same time, compressing the mana into a structure would enable him greater offensive powers. Moreover, he needed to increase the prana flowing from his heart. It seemed like getting heavily injured could work. Finally, enhanced path. He just needed to increase the connection between the chi and his cells. With system's help, it was done during combat. The question remaining was his future path. If he trained in one path extremely, when he reached level 7, he'd awaken as an extreme. For instance, extreme training in speed would make him an extreme awakener with a higher speed stat. If he trained normally, then he'd be a superhuman awakener. Basically, the evolved version of enhanced. Too early to think all of that. He brushed them off. Boo, examine all the bracelets and see if you can make something that can access all the hideouts, like a MasterCard. He proposed his idea. It's possible. Each bracelet has similarities, but also distinctions based on its dungeon. I need more data. Boo gave a green flag. More data? I am glad to collect more. Varian grinned and resumed the slaughter. Perhaps he enjoyed it too much. Even when Boo announced they had enough data, he ended a couple more dungeons. He collected 100 samples in 4 days. Demon Abyss was busy with their spy networks rooted out by Enigma's shadow guardians. Since they received no emergency report from the hideout commanders, they assumed things were all right and delayed the meetings. By the 5th day, Boo used the materials found in the hideouts and created the master keys. They can be used to locate and enter any hideout of any dungeon. Varian grinned as he held the white bracelet. Master, your smile is too scary. Boo, the ghost AI, shivered. It better be, for what I'm about to do now will have them crying. Varian smiled arrogantly. Then they visited planetary headquarters of different power organizations. Adventure Guild. Trade Union. Important military bases. Even military academies. Including the Prime family mansions. Of course, they didn't really visit them in a proper sense. Instead, in stealth mode, Varian left the gifts to every power, and the method to manufacture them as well. That was the beginning of Abyssals' nightmare. Just when they realized 100 headquarters were wiped out, their spy's message came as a bolt from the blue. Humans developed a device that could enter hideout of any dungeon. Initially, the human authorities were skeptical. But they couldn't write it off either. After confirming that the same gift was delivered to every power, it was even more clear that it was no laughing matter. Who can infiltrate a heavily guarded military base, walk in front of the general's room and place a box there and leave without being caught? Just how strong was this person? Level 9? Or perhaps even a new sovereign? Would they do such a thing for a prank? Adventurer Guild was the first to test out the use of this Omni Key. The result blew their mind and soon, every power verified it one by one. To their and even Varian's surprise, the Omni Key even worked for dungeons on other planets. Boo just shrugged it off. Abyssals are the manufacturers for every planet's dungeons. It's the same thing after all. Varian patted the cute, chubby little ghost and praised it to no end. Thus, an emergency meeting was declared and the Federation government's vice chiefs, Level 9s, came to a decision. Coordinate the attacks and destroy every hideout all across the Federation. In an unprecedented move in modern human history, all dungeons were blocked off from civilian use. High-level Awakener personally oversaw the mission Purge and every suitable Awakener was deployed. Army issued the mission to regular Army personnel, planetary guards, special forces teams. Adventurer Guild saw the highest influx of adventures ever since Pluto War. Prime families announced deep participation and took the lead in the mission with their vassals. Trade Union gave an unprecedented discount to all helpful products, which was the second most talked thing after Purge. The missions of military academies across the 8 planets were also filled with purged missions. Abyssals had little time to react and the first wave started. In fact, the first attack was by a level 3 old lady who recently lost her grandson to the assassination. She collapsed on the corpses of Abyssals and wept. Her tears sparked the fire, and soon, every parent, every sibling and every friend who met the criteria joined through whatever organization they could. The actual number of people who lost their loved ones to assassination was actually low. The majority didn't want to lose their beloved. They wanted to secure the future of their children and grandchildren, even if by a little. The calls didn't stop in both human capitals and abyss capitals. Their natures, however, was vastly different. The story of the gifts leaked and public pressured the government to release the information of the sender. The government also disclosed the name on the note. It was a simple word. Yet it shook every human to the core. Dreamer. However, after the war, the number of times he smiled could be counted on one hand. The audience to his address were Imperial Defense Academy cadets. They were mostly level 4 and level 5. There were a few level 3 and fewer level 6. In the first row, the top 10 of the amethyst list were seated. Charles Xander was naturally the first. Next to him was Williamson, and the third was Sarah Albert. On the third row, consisting of first years, Narcissus Xander, Ryan Albert and Ryan were the first 3. We will be in a competition with other academies. Real-time ranking list is also available on MetaNet. Imperial Defense Academy shouldn't fall behind. You must strengthen people's confidence in us. He ended his brief speech with that smile. Before he left, he glanced at Sarah for a moment and nodded. I hope you can do well. That was his message. She could tell that much with her experience. After all, he rarely spoke to her after the war. Sarah, are you going? The brown-haired boy next to her suddenly asked. He was Williamson. Second in amethyst list. Third-year cadet. Level 6 macrokinesis. The son of Adventure Guild's vice leader and a pride of Imperial Academy. I think she's too depressed after someone's death. Charles chimed in. There was a smirk on his face as he watched her face grimace. Sarah clenched her fist and with force, moved her gaze away from Charles. She looked at William's eager gaze and finally shook her head. I have other things to do. I've heard what happened. Deaths are very normal. You should have already moved on. Willem said. Unlike Charles, he was genuinely worried. Sarah flashed a strong smile at him. I've moved on already. I really have important missions to do. Her tone at the end was assertive and even Willem knew he had to stop. TSK. This is funny. What can be more important than representing our academy? Wait, it's your father's academy, anyway. Crying over the death of your little love? Schwa. Charles caught the ice blade that was about to pierce his throat and gulped, mostly in shock at her audacity. Don't be so full of yourself. Maybe you'll get your ass kicked one day, her voice echoed and Sarah was nowhere to be found. TCH. That bitch. Even though you're talented, you're a dual awakener. You'll never be a sovereign. Charles snorted with disdain. And me, with my talent, one day, I will surpass even my father. He crushed the ice blade and disappeared. William looked at the other students, looking at the scene in confusion and face-bombed. Aren't we supposed to be setting an example of unity? A feeling of defeat spread through him. It always came down to this. He signaled for the adventure team members among the students to follow. He could not help everyone, but he would help those in his capacity, and the priority was, of course, people from the same organization. Soon, the students left the auditorium. On their way back to Aura Well, one of the 3 semi-artifacts of the academy, Ryan suddenly asked. What if that trash suddenly appears? Narcissus was replaying the recording of Charles's, "One day, I will even surpass my father," with a furious gaze. He was distracted by the question and frowned. Huh. That rank 1. What if he is not dead and teleported to somewhere else? Ryan thought back to the unyielding look in the eyes of Varian. Despite himself, he felt Varian's death was a pity. He better be dead. Narcissus laughed it off and replied. There is an expulsion notice waiting for him. Ryan shrugged it off and got to the main point. When are you taking the mission? Ryan was Evander's nephew and Sarah's cousin. Since Sarah was a dual awakener, he was expected to be the sovereign. Sarah was neglected by their sovereign grandfather while Ryan got all the attention. That led to his pampering. He came to believe that he was destined to be a sovereign. Of course, any sovereign at his age was much stronger than he was, but everyone close to him were too scared to confront him on the truth. Anyone who dared to speak the truth was branded jealous by him and killed. So he had only one friend. Narcissus. Mission? I am planning to break into the 30th layer of Aura Well and advance to level 4. Then I can kill all I want. Narcissus grinned smugly. Of course, he had the right to be proud. Most of the first years were still level 2 and would take a while to advance to level 3. On the other hand, he was taking a great leap ahead. Damn! 30th layer? It'll take me a while to get there. But I too will be advancing soon. Ryan nodded, and they reached a gigantic well. Miss, your father would be disappointed. A middle-aged woman in French-made costume bowed at Sarah, checking some files on her comm. Are you trying to say I'm making the wrong choice, Aunt Anna? Sarah separated a few files and asked without looking up. No. I'm just informing you. I'm sure whatever decision you make, it'd be after thinking through. Anna replied with confidence. Sarah stopped her search and looked at Anna for a moment before she resumed her work. A small smile broke out on her face. Silence ensued for a while until Sarah's excited voice broke it. Finally, I've almost found them. Sarah clenched her fist. Pardon? Traitors. Sarah sprung to her feet and hugged Anna. I've found the traitors. I can find who is targeting me and who is responsible for his death. Miss, you could just inform your father. Anna clutched her forehead. Sarah's smile receded, and she vehemently shook her head. He has important things. Besides, the best support he can lend me is a level 7 awakener. But don't I have a level 8 super cool made with me already? Anna rolled her eyes. I will stop you if it gets too dangerous. Sure. Sarah didn't mind. When every top student in the academy planned to go out, she chose to weed out the traitors. Her eyes shone with a dangerous glint. Whoever is behind this. I'm coming for you. Fire. A passionate cry sounded. What followed was a screeching sound and a metal suit shook. Fire. The cry sounded again, with less passion and a bit of fear. Screech. The black metal fully body suit without anyone inside shone with a red light, and raised its arm, before its arm collapsed down. Fire. The cry was desperate this time. Screech. The metal suit shook and collapsed on the ground. A teenager knelt on the ground and touched the metal head with trembling hands. Hey lad, don't worry too much. A middle-aged adventurer patted the thin young man on the shoulder and turned to his team. Firebois, take cover. Hey you, block the space at proper times, will ya? Our client lost a relative to Abyssals. He wants 20 heads. He coordinated his team and they swiftly took down the level 3 Abyssals. The middle-aged adventurer was a level 4 extreme awakener. He brought his team to the hideout for practice. Kyle also tagged along. Of course, his level was too low to fight. But what he wanted was to test his new weapon in progress. A full-body suit that could exhibit fighting prowess of a level 3 awakener and theoretically, could scale up to a sovereign. But it failed. For the 11th time. Kyle sighed and gathered his damaged body suit back into his space ring. Bro, why the fuck did you die? He patted the dust on his body and muttered. Thanks, Cap. He waved at the captain and bid his farewell. No problems. Besides, you improvised my star treasures, no? The captain grinned. The adventure team set off to the next hideout in haste. The number of hideouts, however great, were ultimately limited. Thus, an intention competition erupted among all participants. What could they expect, and even students of Defense Academy joined the fun. I thought I would see you in this mission, Kyle muttered as he walked to the exit of the dungeon. He didn't return to Academy of Sciences. Instead, he visited a graveyard on the outskirts of Pearl City. He bowed in front of a tombstone with an epitaph, "Combat Madman. Caring Friend. A Great Human." In small fonts, a line was added at the end, "Died single. Still a virgin." Kyle read the last line and chuckled. Bro, you'll be so mad if you see this line. It's my idea. He looked at the tomb and smiled brightly. So tell me to erase it. Just tell me once. I will remove it. His voice shook, and he said again. Please, you don't want everyone to know that you never dated, right? Talk to me once, and I'll erase. He paused as he felt something salty on his lips. As he touched his lips, he realized his cheeks were wet. But he still tried to smile. He remembered how Varian would never give up, no matter the odds. I will try to be strong. I will try to smile. I will. He looked at the tomb and seemed to see Varian carrying his dying body to the spaceship during the entrance. He collapsed and knelt in front of the tomb. I'm not that strong. I can't smile. His smile collapsed, and his eyes reddened. I am making a special weapon. It will be super powerful. Kyle took out the broken metal suit. He showed it to the tomb, explained its specs, and then awkwardly smiled. It's still not working properly. But I promise it will. He bowed his head and gripped the armor. I will avenge you. A warmth enveloped him and Maya's voice rang in his ears. I miss him. Kyle nodded lightly. His body was shaking. I always wanted a sibling. He is that elder brother. Her voice turned weaker and ended in a whimper. Ha. Kyle's voice also shivered. But why? Her tears dripped on his face as she hugged him tighter. Kyle, please don't do anything reckless. I don't want to lose you too. Maya pleaded. I'm sorry. Kyle gently pushed her off and grabbed the black armor. Mom knew something about his death. She said the traitors must be high awakeners. I can never reach that level myself. He tightened his grip on the armor. If I can make this thing, I can avenge him. I will do it, no matter how long it takes. He looked at Maya's tear-stricken face and sighed. I cannot spend time with you like before. I don't want to drag you. He paused and saw her eyes widening. But he still bit the bullet and said. So if you want to stop our relationship, you can. Maya stared at him in shock, and as his words slowly sunk in, her face contorted in rage. Kyle. Slap. She slapped him and stormed out. Kyle glanced at the sky and headed to his lab. An inconspicuous young man was walking on the pedestrian path. The aura he emitted was level 1 peak, and he looked to be around 18 years old. The most remarkable feature about him was that there was nothing remarkable. Average face. Average body. Average temperament. He was the kind of person that would get lost in a crowd. Hey, little brother. The young man turned to the woman calling out and pointed to himself. Yes, you. We're throwing a party. It's on the house. Join quickly. The energetic woman said cheerfully. Ah. Why was she so excited, anyway? Come on. There is even meat of level 2 magic beasts. It will be very beneficial. She held his arm and pulled him into a famous pub, dispelling any worries that it could be a shady scam. 2 demon rabbit roasts. And a blue shot. She ordered and sat him down across a large round table. Around 50 people were seated across the table, and it was extremely lively, noisy. Have fun. She smiled and walked off. What fun can I even have? He thought when a smooth arm tugged at his sleeve. A girl, around 20, smiled at him and said, "The owner of this pub cleared 5 hideouts. That's why this party." The young man scratched his cheek. I can understand the excitement, but why this splurge?" His question elicited a few light-hearted laughters. "You don't know what's gonna happen, do you?" A boy around his own age, with a confident aura, asked him. "No." The young man shook his head. Was he a prophet or what? "Once we take control of the hideouts, dungeons become incredibly safe." The boy stretched out a finger and smirked. The girl added, "That's right. We have the surveillance in place. Even level 1s can go in and train without worry. Almost all emergencies can be reported to the adventurers before they turn fatal." "Ah." The young man nodded. Indeed, if level 1s could be informed before a level 2 comes to their area, they could save their lives. At the same time, murders in the dungeons can be detected and will be punished. So adventurers need not fear about other humans. This was actually the biggest benefit, even more than the former. It would save so many lives. If the same technology can be implemented in mid and high dungeons, then a revolution would take place in the way dungeons operated. Every common person would benefit. Also, treasures of dungeons can be found early on. The girl chuckled. "Then who will they belong to? The government?" The young man frowned. "No. That'd cause backlash. The government is trying to form fair laws that could ensure opportunity to everyone. The end goal is to give everyone a chance without casualties." The boy spoke. The men and women across the table, mostly young, nodded. "It's nice." The young man coughed like he was embarrassed. Perhaps he was feeling ashamed that he couldn't think of these possibilities. "Ha ha ha." The boy laughed and said, "Don't worry, fam, I too only knew this after my uncle in Adventure Guild told me." "Yes. But one thing is certain, our lives will change. We will have more opportunities." The girl said and raised her glass. "Wherever you are, whoever you are, dreamer, thank you for your gift." "To the dreamer." She gulped down her drink. "To the dreamer." The rest followed suit, except for the young man. Realizing that all eyes were on him, he, too, raised his glass and gritted his teeth. With much difficulty, the actual dreamer said, "To the dreamer." Host surveillance is controlled. It would appear that you hailed a cab and went out of the city. Boo controlled the omnipresent cameras and declared, "You're very helpful." Varian smiled. Indeed, even though it couldn't fight anymore, Boo was a veritable AI, and it showed its prowess. "Ho ho. That is, of course." Boo puffed its chest and replied. Varian shook his head and thought of his plans. It would take a week for this mission to end. But its consequences. I hope I don't end up making things worse. The youngsters in the bar seemed excited. They talked about their favorite institutions, their career plans, and their ideal lives. There was one thing common, however. In fact, the youngsters were first enraged that government hid about the assassinations and hideouts. But the rage was quickly drowned by their brightened prospects. As he listened to their chatter of people nearly his age, Varian realized he couldn't mingle with them. He was past that point already. Past dreaming. He was now pursuing those dreams. If this happened when I was still a kid, then Mom would have sent me to dungeon and I could have awakened this stupid system. His lips curled as he imagined the what if. I'm sure she'd be darn proud if she knows I am this strong at 18. If I remember correctly, my dad was a level 3. Then his smile receded as he closed his eyes. I guess some things are just destined to be. What can I do is cherish the people I have. He retrieved his broken comm. It still retained a few basic functions. Contact list was one of them. He picked a few names in the contacts. Kyle. Maya. Gareth. Seth and Sarah. He glanced at the last two names a bit longer. He didn't know them long enough, but he felt he could trust them. Sarah, did she reveal that I'm a dual awakener? He hoped she didn't. But somehow, he also wanted her to confess that to Seth. Whatever, I'll deal with it after I return. He swiped the contacts to Boo and said, send them the message I'm alive. I'll contact you soon. After they watch it, delete the message and make sure it is encrypted. Yes, boss. Boo finished the task in no time and received the head pat with a smile. Why did a spaceship AI like head pat? Varian had no idea. Its old owner apparently didn't like Boo. Perhaps that's why. I want to try a mid-dungeon. Pick the nearest one. The ghost ship slowly accelerated, and Varian glanced out of the window. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he yelled. Stop. Stop. Boom. If not for the stealth system, everyone in the street would have heard an air blast. Varian's finger trembled as he pointed to a fat man walking down the street, hugging two women left and right. He gulped down and said, follow him. The ghost ship stalked the fat man to a hotel. It was a 3-star hotel with 60 floors. Using Boo's hacking capability, and spaceship's extraordinary stealth, Varian sneaked into the fat man's room. He looked to be around 40 years and sported a beer belly. He smiled lewdly at the naked ladies as they undressed him. The air was turning sultry and the fat man was about to begin his battle when, zap. 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 3 lightning arcs stuck their necks, and they fainted right away. Varian walked up to the fat man and observed him closely. Master, do you have that kind of habit? Boo suddenly said, as it closed its face in shyness. What habit? Varian shot back reflexively, before realizing he was looking at 3 nude bodies. He was so focused on recognizing the man that he neglected the state they were in. Will you order Boo to infiltrate and peep on other people? Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Varian breathed in and calmed the urge to mute off Boo. Shut up. I know this man. Varian covered the fat man with a bedsheet and took him into the spaceship. Boo looked at them and covered its mouth. Its white cheeks flushed and it looked like it wanted to say something. Veins popped up on Varian's forehead and he growled. Stop that dirty mind of yours. I am a straight man. I like women. Period. Now, find everything about this guy. The ghost ship got out of the hotel and Boo soon found the information of the fat man, Robert Lewis. A peak level 2 Earth Awakener from Dungeon Bureau. This was the bastard that oversaw his mother's case. He informed Varian that the fire wolf ate her corpse and hence he couldn't give her a proper burial. But this was also the same man who told him the fire wolf died a minute after her death. It didn't make sense. But 1 year ago, Varian was too devastated to notice the fallacies. The system's words during the beginning revealed that there was something secretive about her death. In fact, it wouldn't matter even if you were a level 2. She would still die. You would still lie. Boo, create a disposable room. I don't want to dirty the ship. Soon, Varian found himself standing in the newly constructed room. His lips slowly curled up, and he threw the body and hand into the air. Hold this guy. Yes. A blue light kept the fat man standing. Varian loosened his fist and raised his hand. Slap. Crack. Arg, the fat man howled as he spat out blood and 10 teeth. Who? He bellowed as tears welled up in his eyes. All he could see was the blurry figure of a teenager in a strange blue room. I am Dungeon Bureau's 7th Division Chief. You will die. He growled as his vision cleared. Looks like he got a promotion. Varian recalled he was only a normal supervisor. Slap. Crack. His other cheekbone also broke and the fat man was sent flying as he crashed to the ground. SP. Ikes. He spoke with difficulty and 2 earth spikes shot at Varian. Tisk. Varian snorted in disdain and snapped his finger. Zap! A single lightning arc turned the earthen spikes to ash. Looking at the ease with which Varian handled his attacks, the fat man realized their disparity. His face paled, and he kneeled. "PW, ease, don't wit. I'll do anything." He had trouble speaking with broken cheekbones and lost teeth. Looking at the pathetic sight, Varian recalled the scene he buried deep inside. A/N, seeking constructive criticism. Please give a review of what you liked and disliked. I want to improve the quality of the story. Your help is needed. Thank you. Fuck off. The wolf is already cremated. The fat man waved his hand. The 17-year-old Varian still followed him persistently. Sir, is there anything she said during her last before she died? The fat man paused for a moment and glanced at the desperate teenager. Not even an awakened. This teenager was destined to be a trash. Yes. She said something. The fat man nodded. What? Please tell me. Young Varian asked. No, pleaded. The fat man walked up to the teenager and young Varian leaned down. The fat man whispered into his ear. Don't tell anyone I said this, okay? Young Varian nodded desperately. Yes. I won't reveal to another soul. His tone turned serious. Swear on your dead mom. Pardon? It's a secret and I might be affected by doing this. So swear on your dead mom. Young Varian closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Yes. I swear on my mom that I'll never reveal your words. The fat man smiled, mockingly, and said word by word. She said, my son is a coward. He froze in fear. I hope he never enters dungeons and stays safe forever. Thud. Young Varian collapsed onto his knees as he clutched his hair. Tears dripped on the ground and he wailed. Hearing these words right after losing her, crushed him. He indulged himself in fighting and distracted himself by forgetting that scene. Yes, he forgot about it. But his subconscious didn't. It etched itself deeply into his heart and soul, tearing him apart. Slap. Slap. The fat man cowered as his cheeks were completely bloodied. He looked at the demon disguised as a teenager in fear. Crunch. Arg. Varian crushed and snapped off a finger of fat man as he rolled on the ground in pain. Arg. Crunch. Arg. After crushing the second finger, Varian smiled gently and said, You son of a bitch. You will tell me everything I ask without omissions or I'll crush your fingers one by one, heal you back and repeat it until your mind breaks and you go insane from the torture. Am I clear? The fat man nodded at the devil's words. No. He tried to nod, but his head was too weak. The slaps knocked the living lights out of him and he saw the world in a blur. Why, yes. He whimpered as blood flowed from his nose and cheeks, painted his face in blood. Good. Varian smiled in satisfaction and brought the picture of a woman. Her blue hair flowed down to her waist, and her red eyes were full of kindness. She was a beautiful woman. Varian smiled at her picture and then turned back to the fat man. Do you remember her? The fat man peered through the blood that dripped into his eyes. He tried to think hard, but couldn't recall her. He got a promotion last year, and he started to indulge. With greater power and resources, he lived his dream life every day. The two women were his gifts. How could he remember Amanda Constant? Varian saw the fat man staying still and smiled once again. He raised his leg, and with little force, kicked him. Boom! The fat man felt like he was hammered as he puked out blood and crashed to the ground. Warg! He felt like his ribs were broken and his intestines were crushed. Even though it was only a small force for Varian, it was too much for a level 2 Earth Awakener. Varian grabbed the fat man by the hair and dragged him to her picture. He whispered. Late night of 36th, 7th, 519. Fire wolf killed a woman, or that's what your reports say. Remember? The fat man's eyes were lost for a second before he shuddered violently. He recalled his reason for promotion and felt that karma finally caught up to him. You. He tried to say something, but looking at those cold, merciless eyes that shone with hatred, he could only gulp down and nod. How did she really die? Why was I not even allowed to see the fire wolf's corpse? Varian tightened his grip on the fat man's scalp. It soon turned unbearable as the fat man thrashed against the ground and whimpered. Tell me the truth. Varian paused. That's the truth. Slap. Varian held his scalp and slapped him. This time, the force was much louder and the fat man's body literally rotated. He didn't stop there, and a golden light flashed. Zap. Arg. The lighting burned his skin, roasted his flesh and charred his bones. The howls didn't stop for a while. Boo, heal him. A blue light flashed and a healing potion was poured onto the almost roasted body. Varian raised his finger, and a golden arc crackled on it. It. I will tell why. The fat man pleaded, but all he got was a feast of lightning. The healing potion kept him alive, but the lightning coursing through every inch of his body made him wish he was dead. Zap. Plea.se. Zap. Zap. Ast dash. Zap. 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 Even if he tried to confess, the lightnings only increased. It seemed less like an interrogation and more like a torture. It was. Varian's smile only grew brighter as he shot arc after arc of lightning. Boo stood in the corner of the spaceship and glanced at its master like it was introduced to him for the first time. Even though it was a holographic body, it still trembled. I should not piss him off. ZZ zap. Finally, Varian stopped. Looking at the living flesh in front of him, his smile receded. He said, I want to do this all day, but you seem to be saying something. The charred flesh tried to open its mouth, but no sound came out. Boo, give this thing a better healing potion. Yes. Boo hurriedly retrieved one of the rarer healing potions they found in the hideouts and administered it to the thing. The fat man winced as his dying consciousness was surfaced to life. Every fiber of his body was crackling with lightning and he could no longer feel his limbs. The worst was the pain. Every nook and corner of his body was burning and the searing pain pushed him to say those words, regardless of the consequence. Astor, butler. He uttered and tried to open his eyes. That was all he knew, but he tried to speak more. He was quickly running out of energy. In fact, even uttering those words felt like hell. The demon said, I see. That's all you know, right? He nodded, or at least tried to as his face moved only lightly. What do you want now? Another healing potion? Or, the demon's voice was bone-chilling. He found the energy deep within him and muttered. Kill me, please. He remembered the demon was the teenager from back then. The one he unknowingly crushed and sought pleasure in his misery. Somehow, he went from an unawakened to overpowering him in a mere year. After what he had done, there was no way this demon would not make his life a hell. A 18 or 20-year-old level 3 would soon reach a level much higher than him and that'd push his life, both professional and personal, into hell. After living the life of a king for the past year, he didn't want to live as a slave. Plus, the pain at the moment was also pushing him to the brink of insanity. So. Kill me. Shwa. A huge lightning bolt shot at the corpse and exploded it to pieces. Varian didn't give a fuck and turned back to Boo. Dispose this room. I want to take a nice clean bath. This blood is disgusting me. Also, find their info. Yes, sir. Varian cleaned himself thrice as he calmed down. Meanwhile, Boo collected the information as asked. Astor clan. First class. Only under prime families. The head of the Astor clan is an intermediate general of Earth Army, at least mid-level 9. The members of their clan account for at least 10% of the high-ranking posts of Earth. They run the famous Sacred Halls, one of the leading training halls. They are also rumored to have a close connection with a sovereign. Recent news: their allies, Martin clan, which specializes in medicine, had its secret formulae stolen. They were spread to its rivals and sold in the black market. Martin clan stands on the brink of a financial collapse. The day after, it lost 20 level 7s raiding a high dungeon. It was a heavy blow. Another close ally, the Gonbold clan, which specializes in mining rare minerals, also faced catastrophe. Its mines were destroyed by Shadow Order activists. The level 8 vice family head was killed. As he browsed through the strange news, one article caught his interest. Astor clan servants were killed in an accident. They are now looking for new servants. At least level 2 to apply. If you perform well, you can join the clan and change your surname. Varian snapped his fingers. Let's go. A/N, seeking constructive criticism. Please give a review of what you liked and disliked. I want to improve the quality of the story. Your help is needed. Thank you. Of course, this was the case for third years and a significant portion of second years. Most of the first years were still going about their routine. Common classes for general, yet important knowledge continued. Recently, they were taught about the survival guide in case one was lost in a dungeon alone. The tactics a cadet could employ in such a situation: using beast cores to hunt an enemy, mastering various herbs to produce targeted baits, and basic repair in case their cadet comm was damaged. Then came the special classes. The instructors already explained what they could about the specific divine paths. Since most were level 2, and a few were level 3, even with detailed explanations, it took little time. All that was left was training. Body Path instructor took their students to various dungeons, mirror abysses, and other training facilities. The students were taught to work in teams while they trained for their desired path. For instance, some focused on controlling their senses so that when they reached level 4, they would awaken in controller path. The combat classes were the highlight of the day. More and more duels were held. Narcissus, Ryan, and Adir were the undisputed top 3. They were inching closer to level 4. On a positive note, regardless of their level, every student's combat experience surged. But they were still flowers in the greenhouse. After all, their only real danger was the entrance test. So with increasing combat power, their confidence rose and, first years began to pick more and more missions. This was common every year. It would not be a problem since they would choose the famous dungeons and raid them. Only this time, the dungeons were overcrowded. With almost every eligible awakener trying to clear the hideouts, going to low dungeons now was a thankless task. So the vice coordinator of the missions hall was facing a huge headache. In such a short amount of time, how could he find the substitute missions? Clad in black suit and matching trousers, he glanced at the dwindling missions. Then he focused his attention on the message sent by the dreamer. This key can grant you access to any hideout. The production process is encoded on the back. I hope you make good use of it. I am giving you the power you didn't dream. Show me, fellow humans, are you worth saving? Dreamer, does this guy really think he is a hero? Anwar gnashed his teeth. He must be a lucky ass who got some artifact or something. These bastards are too arrogant and make lives of people like me hard. Knock. Knock. Come in. Anwar waved his hand in irritation. His female secretary stepped over and bowed lightly. Sir, the Astor clan agreed to your proposal. They would grant access to their chain of islands with level 3 beasts. That relieves me. Anwar outwardly sighed. Of course they will. If only you knew they were collecting the data on these students for future use. What about the Martin and Gonbold clans? Our students can handsome benefits guarding their medical fields and mineral mines. Anwar raised an eyebrow. He spent almost the entire week with his lovely daughter and was disconnected from the outside world. He celebrated her birthday for a week. What's wrong with that? However, he still remembered pitching the missions from the 3 clans before his leave. Martin clan would secretly test their medicine on an unlucky few, and Gonbold would post missions to explore new, risky areas in the mines. That's not my concern, however. Sir. Martin and Gonbold clan. The secretary's ample chest heaved up and down, pulling the attention of Anwer. Damn, hussy. He was about to slap her for trying this cheap trick when he found sweat rolling down her forehead. She's incredibly nervous. Did something happen in the last week for them to reject my proposal? Sir, Martin and Gonbold clans are no longer first-class forces. The secretary's voice was still unconvinced. She, too, didn't want to believe those words. What? Anwer slammed his table as he glared at her. A red light shone on his hand as he growled. Who the fuck are you joking with? The pressure of a level 7 fire awakener descended onto the secretary. The heat didn't burn her clothes, but directly assaulted her skin. Blisters were formed in a moment, and her blood evaporated before it could splash on the floor. Arg. "Es sir, check the news." She collapsed onto the floor and pleaded. Anwer paused, and the temperature cooled down. Without caring about the woman that cried in pain, he checked the news. Martin clan stands on the brink of a financial collapse. Gonbold clan faces an unprecedented catastrophe, and were slumped in his chair as his world came crashing down. No. He clutched his hair and saw the kneeling secretary in front. The unwillingness turned to rage, and he slapped the air. Pa! A fire palm smashed her to the ground as she twitched in pain. Her skin was dissolving and her breathing was growing shallow. Anwer knew he couldn't actually kill her, but fuck it. Spa. No. He needed to vent. As another giant fire palm was about to strike her down, a change occurred. The temperature plummeted, and Anwer felt his body freezing up. Gar. He tried to activate his fire body and warm himself, but to no avail. He only saw 2 women, one young and one middle-aged, standing at the door before he passed out. Arg, help. Listening to the grunts of the half-burnt woman, Sarah sighed and took out a healing potion. Before she could step forward, Anna took the lead and administered the medicine. In addition to the healing liquid, there was also a strong anesthesia. Anna looked at Sarah's puzzled face and chuckled. We came here secretively. It's better to not let her leak anything until everything is over. Even though Sarah didn't like confining another person's freedom, she felt it was the right course of action. Soon after, they took a secret passage and returned to Sarah's mansion. It had all sorts of living and training facilities. The one that elicited the most envy being the aura concentration. It was 3 times as higher than normal. Of course, only the top 10 of the amethyst list were given such a residence. After locking the injured woman with a caretaking AI, they reached the basement of the mansion. Anna threw Anwer's body to the ground and her hand glowed blue. Shwa! An ice whip materialized and lashed on the injured man. Arg! As Anwer slowly opened his eyes, a merciless voice greeted him. Anwer, who did you reveal my last mission's information to? Hiss. The bone-chilling coldness was unbearable, to say the least. Before it could freeze him to death, his body glowed in red and he used his fire body. Shwa. From head to toe, flames covered him, and he turned from a human to a living torch. This form was only accessible from level 7 and was usually enough to ward off any cold. Shwa. But not enough against an overwhelmingly superior water awakener. An ice barrier wrapped around his blazing body and quelled the unruly fire. Anwer's resistance was futile as he found himself powerless. Be it in absolute mana control or the amount of mana, he was a far cry from the woman in maid uniform. He had to finally acknowledge the uncomfortable truth. Even with every trick in his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to escape her palm. Then it was better to give them what they want. Of course, that'd be in exchange for his own safety. Anwar, who planned my assassination? Sarah repeated, her gaze narrowing in on the man's struggling, yet clear eyes. He was still restrained in the ice barrier, he was still in agony, but he didn't yield. Drop me at an address and I'll tell you. He hissed as the ice spikes entered his body and sent literal chills. But his tone allowed no negotiation. Sarah was new to this line of work and scowled. If you don't tell, I'll have you killed. Ha ha ha. Anwar laughed like a madman despite him shivering in the cold. He wasn't like the fat man who easily gave in to pain and confessed the truth. A level 7 awakener was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. To climb there, barring extreme luck, endless effort and hardship were necessary. A level 7 was a high awakener, the backbone of the army. Their mental fortitude was much tougher and normal interrogations wouldn't budge them. Normal interrogations, of course. Aunt Anna, decrease the temperat. Sarah turned to her maid in anger. Anna's blue eyes glanced at Sarah as she shook her head. Leave this to me, miss. You'll need some time to get used to these dealings. Sarah bit her lip in frustration. Despite her being a level 6, she was barely 20 years old. She could slaughter magic beasts and massacre Abyssals. But dealing with humans, especially something like interrogation, wasn't her forte. It was also the reason she did the stupid mistake during her previous mission. She stayed in proximity of the captives during questioning and had to face the bombings at point-blank range. I'll leave it to you, then. Sarah took a deep breath and walked to the distance. Anna slowly turned back to Anwar, and her kind smile turned into a cold sneer. Anwar shivered, not out of cold this time, but out of fear. This woman was different from the still inexperienced Sarah. He could bargain with the latter, but not this one. Anwar Ostwell. Age 56. Level 7. Brought up and raised in Kata slum. You entered the Imperial Defense Academy and tutored under a level 8 awakener. Anna glanced into his eyes as she emotionlessly spoke. Wait. Wait. Anwar gulped as he tried to speak, but the ice barrier surrounding him suddenly thickened and the sounds out of his throat turned into whimpers. It wasn't as if she knew everything. She didn't know the name of the level 8 awakener. She didn't know what transpired between him getting out of the slum and getting into the academy. She certainly didn't know who was backing him. But you are a selfish individual. But you married the girl from your slum and you have kids. The eldest one is a colonel and is stationed on Mars space station. The second one is less talented and married a tycoon. Anwar's eyes widened, and he stared at her in fear. No more. Please. That's all you know. That's all everyone knows. Anna's lips curled into a cold smile and she said with thick killing intent. Your wife was killed by your enemies a few years ago, but she left you a child. Now she's only 16 years old and you love her the most. Ha! Anwar's heart stopped for a moment before he violently thrashed against the floor. He channeled his fire mana, activated his fire body and burst out the strongest fire attacks he could. Shwa! Shwa! The ice barrier started to melt, and Anwar's eyes shone with joy. He looked up at Anna's eyes only to see the mocking look in her eyes. Boom! Coo! Two impossibly cold ice walls crushed him like he was a human sandwich and broke nearly every bone in his torso. Please, she is innocent. Anwar pleaded. Anna's emotionless face distorted with rage. So is my young miss. So is the woman you nearly burned to death. You hypocrite. Aren't their lives? Anwar turned silent. Anna returned to her icy tone. I have a friend in the Athena branch. She updates me on your youngest's real-time address. If you tell me what I want, I'll not touch her. I know you won't trust my promise, but you have no choice. Anwar gritted his teeth and glanced at Sarah in the distance with a pitiful face. Sarah's eyes flashed with a myriad of emotions before she finally shook her head and glared back at him. There was no mercy in her eyes. Only hatred. You are responsible for your actions. Loving a person doesn't justify killing others. Sarah's stern tone surprised even Anna. Young miss, you are growing ruthless. Miss would have been proud. She smiled for a brief moment before she turned back to Anwar. Don't even think of leaving this place alive. What you should be thinking is, would you like your children to follow you to grave, or will you let them live in peace? Anna's words were like steel arrows that pierced his final hopes. Anwar closed his eyes as tears flooded his face. He recalled his wife's final words as she handed him their last child. The child that looked like her. And, take care of her. Astor's vice head. He muttered with a struggling voice. He asked me to monitor Sarah. I know he was going to assassinate her, but I didn't know they were affiliated with Shadow Order and the Abyssals. I really didn't know. And? They wanted me to send cadets to train them in the Sea Abyss. Truth is, they're using them as a cover-up. There is going to be an important meeting on the Dreamer. That's all I know. Anna squinted at his motionless body. He wasn't even trying to struggle anymore. Please, keep your promise and send her somewhere safe. They will kill her after realizing I leaked their information. He muttered. Of course. Sarah nodded from the side, and Anna sighed. Fine. Schwa. An ice spear pierced his skull and ended his life. Anna dusted her hands, and she smiled at Sarah. Young miss, his answer is the same as that of the residence's security captain. Unless they corroborated, Astors are the main culprit. Sarah nodded. The security captain was the one that reported her movements in and out of her mansion. The mission hall supervisor was the one that knew the exact mission she took. These two were responsible for the information leak. Then we can report this to your father. Anna spoke up, her voice persuasive. No. Just claims won't be sufficient. We need concrete evidence. Sarah responded strongly. Anna sighed like she saw this coming. So. Yes, we'll find the evidence in their own residence. Their security would be the lowest during the meeting. I knew it. The world truly became a smaller place. Thus, each city was massive, easily rivaling the size of a country. Even the 10th largest country before Blink was composed of at most 50 cities. As a whole, Earth had 10,000 cities, big and small. The group of cities were called clusters. There were around 100 clusters on Earth. Xanders were the undisputed leaders of Earth. Their influence was etched in every cluster. However, there were other powers as well. They wanted to be the local hegemon of their clusters. These powers clashed, allied, and fought for the influence. Martin Clan, Gonbold Clan and Astor Clan exerted their influence over 25 such clusters each. Their alliance was strong, and intermarriages strengthened their bonds. The scariest thing was that they were still not at their peak. Each of these clans had a level 9 that cemented their position as a first-class power. Their field of expertise was different. Officialdom, medicine, and minerals. Everyone needed the other at some point. Thus, they not only didn't clash, but instead developed a deep cooperation across their fields to form a robust ecosystem entrenching their dominance. With each generation gain more prominence than the previous, there were hopes that a sovereign would be born from these powers. Particularly, the heirs and heiresses of the three clans were the hope. They were in their late 20s and reached level 7. Even across the solar system, it was a terrific record. The sovereign of Earth and head of Xander family, Julius Xander, and the sovereign of Venus and chief of trade union, Varian Avarice, on different occasions, predicted that unless anything catastrophic occurred, one of these 5 teenagers was destined to be a sovereign. Every Earthling was proud of those words. 2 sovereigns from a single planet? That never happened in the 120 years of Sovereign's existence. Of course, everyone struck off that the catastrophic event from possibility. These geniuses were guarded by their clans and were themselves high awakeners. They weren't battle fanatics who ventured into Abyss for the thrill of a fight, nor were they stupid enough to provoke the overlord of Earth, the Xanders. Thus, no catastrophe would strike, and their ascension to a sovereign was but a matter of time. Then, the catastrophe struck. Not one, but on all of them. It came in the form of a woman who covered herself in black. There was something catching about her hair and iris. They were a blend of three colors, red, yellow and blue. Her eyes alone were stunningly beautiful, but they held a bone-chilling indifference. The young adults, the would-be sovereigns, were having fun and fooling around. They weren't alert. Why would they be? They were in their most secured home. No one could cross the mountains of security without alarming everyone. But catastrophe leapt past the mountains without a hitch and raised the butcher knife. When they finally sensed something was wrong and tried to flee, it was already too late. Their bodies were crushed to the ground, their minds went stagnant for a moment, and a bright light flashed before their consciousness descended into eternal darkness. Enigma's tricolor iris was emotionless as she stared down at them, or what remained of them. Xanders broke the agreement. You pay the price. How fair. She looked down at the mangled corpses with a cold smile. But she didn't seem happy at all. She flashed to the camera at the front door and gazed at it with contempt. I, Enigma, the monster you created, did it. Try if you can catch me, wimps. As the security rushed in with heavy footsteps, a light flashed on her body and Enigma was gone. The impact of her actions, however, was there to stay. The three clans were devastated. Putting aside their focus from Purge mission, they quickly blocked the news and ensured no other power caught a wind of the deaths. Then they sent their forces after Enigma and her shadow guardians. They thought she'd escape like always. But they were wrong. Utterly so. She returned. This time to the laboratory of the Martin clan. Every single researcher was kidnapped in an insanely short amount of time. The research findings, important discoveries, and the secret formulas were all stolen. Business secrets were divulged in the black market. The raw materials, the processing, and even the intricate details of their medicine making were revealed in full. The government intervened at their request and the information was blocked even from the black market in a few hours. But that few hours spelled the doom, as every major rival of Martin clan laughed with the secret in their hands. Normal people didn't worry too much. There were intellectual property laws, right? Of course, the laws were in place. But like pre-Blink Earth, every law had its loophole, and imposing such laws on gigantic organizations would take years, if not decades. These slick organizations would rather pay for damaging the rights than give up exploiting the property. What's more, even the most cutting-edge research of Martin clan was stolen. It was not legally protected yet. The stocks of Martin clan's industries plummeted. But of course, not everyone was pessimistic. Martins could continue their stronghold on the market even with their current products. But, boom. 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 The bombings of the Martin medical gardens, accounting for almost 60% of total raw materials and nearly 80% of precious raw materials, were the last straw that broke the camel's back. Now, even the most optimistic of investors were staring dead into the proverbial abyss. Martins were pushed to the brink of financial ruin. But in the world where strength was the greatest determiner of one's standing, Martin clan themselves were confident to recover. Despite the monetary losses, they were still a first-class force to boot. Just, not for long. As they were returning from the front lines of Demon Abyss, the most promising and youngest level 8 awakeners of Martin clan were assassinated. Their level 9 clan head was still alive and kicking. But he was old, and with the potential sovereigns dead and now, even the potential level 9s killed, Martin clan's future was over. After the establishment of Human Alliance in 020 YAB, peace ensued for a few decades before a long-lasting war with intelligent sea creatures, Murlocs, broke out in 80 YAB. Humans used their treachery and used the internal strifes to defeat the militarily superior Murloc race. It was the classic divide and rule. But applying it subtly and carefully building up their own strength, humans took almost 120 years to exterminate the Murklows. Of course, a few inferior unintelligent branches of Murlocs exist to this day. They were kept in separate islands and used for hunting. When everyone thought peace could finally last, the consequences of the prolonged war finally caught up. It happened by 200 YAB. Some of the stronger Awakeners termed themselves as the Omegas. The rest were Alphas, usable pawns and Betas, leeches. Their underlying motive was the refusal to sacrifice themselves in wars. The stronger Awakeners wanted to send everyone else to the front lines. Why should we, the strongest, go out there and sacrifice ourselves for these bugs? That was the common feeling amongst every self-proclaimed Omega. Of course, such a feeling was always present in a small group of people since Blink. However, 120 years of a costly war was the perfect catalyst to spread like an epidemic. As they say, ideas are the most contagious. As the war progressed, these extremists increased. Soon, the concept of Shadow Nation was conceived. Shadow Nation was a society where strength was honored, and weakness was punished. To the extreme. The popularity of Shadow Nation skyrocketed in no time. As the leaders of humanity were focused on the ongoing war in the front lines, Shadow Nation grew rapidly in the rear. Even after Shadow Nation was brought into official meetings, no solutions were found. There wasn't really a way of prevention since any strong Awakener could join Shadow Nation and act like a normal person. In fact, bringing Shadow Nation to limelight only increased distrust among humans. As the war with Murlocs ended in late 200 YAB, Human Alliance prepared itself for a fight. But nothing happened. Shadow Nation strengthened itself and in 260 YAB, it launched a surprise attack on Human Alliance. It was a thunderous blow. Basing itself on sleeper cells and the unexpected timing, Shadow Nation snatched 30% of clusters. There was an increasing demand for Shadow Nation under their targeted propaganda to strong Awakeners. Every human joining Shadow Nation not only weakened Human Alliance but also strengthened the Shadow Nation. A prolonged war seemed inevitable. Historians at the time lamented the coming millennia would be one of the unending civil war. But to everyone's surprise, Shadow Nation collapsed. It didn't end with a bang, but with a whimper. The reason for its collapse, its very founding reason. Why should we, the strongest, go out there and sacrifice ourselves for these bugs? The Omegas were primarily humans who were afraid of fighting in a war and losing their lives. So when equally strong Awakeners of Human Alliance attacked them, disregarding their own lives, they cowered. They were afraid of dying. They sent the people below them and those people sent the ones below them. Infightings broke out between Omegas on who should risk their lives to hold on to the key frontline areas. Somehow, they held on for a few decades, but soon, the cracks deepened and Shadow Nation, which seemed like an iron tower, collapsed like a sand castle. In 300 YAB, Shadow Nation was wiped out. The remnant of it was Shadow Order. They declared themselves as the successor. Their goal was bombing. They had no founding belief. But they went against everything the government did. Or at least that was how it was supposed to be. People didn't understand how this little organization survived for almost 2 centuries and even spread itself across the solar system. On the other hand, Shadow Guardians were very young. Perhaps a year old or 2. Shadow Guardians had a single goal: do everything in their power to sever the chains dragging down humanity. The first on their lists were traitors. Enigma was the in-name leader of Shadow Guardians. However, it was Blue Flash that managed everything. Firstly, they were very small. Second, every cluster had their own leaders that eased the burden on Blue Flash. These leaders were personally scouted by Blue Flash or her trusted aides. And these leaders personally had to scout the members for their team. The few people were dedicated to their ideal of saving humanity. Of course, they each had strength to back up their ideal. Thus, when Enigma gave them the list of traitors who sold themselves to Abyssals for potions or aura crystals or merit points, Shadow Guardians moved swiftly. But when Enigma ruined the Martin clan, they were shocked. Blue Flash had to deal with a mountain of messages asking why on earth. Enigma declared it was a violation of an agreement by a certain power. Some trusted her words, others trusted her track record, a few trusted their own intuition, but somehow, they didn't break apart. But before long, they were set for another turmoil. The most precious minds of Gonbold clan were destroyed. The level 7 and level 8 High Awakeners with most potential were assassinated. This happened right after Martin clan was ruined. News went around the solar system that Shadow Order's Enigma was rampaging and slaughtering innocents. She was called as an agent of Abyssals. A true devil in human skin. Even the members of Shadow Guardians felt she was being too excessive. You'll be convinced in a few days. Enigma left with those words. Every Shadow Guardian wanted to meet her in person and ask what she meant. But only Blue Flash had the opportunity. And she already knew. Blue Flash teleported to the space under an inconspicuous home. It was a magnificent bunker, one of the many hideouts of Shadow Guardians. Enigma was studying the information she gathered from the High Awakeners she killed. Blue Flash glanced at Enigma. You are going to continue, right? She wanted to say the consequences of her present actions were too much, but eventually didn't. What agreement was broken for Enigma to react like this? She didn't know. However, Enigma always acted rationally with humanity's best interests in mind. Enigma's beautiful eyes flashed as she nodded calmly. I know my actions are damaging our strength against Abyssals. She acknowledged without hesitation. Blue Flash was about to comfort her, but it is necessary. If they can get away without keeping their end of the agreement, they will keep doing it. Enigma spoke emotionlessly. Blue Flash was about to nod when she noticed the expression in Enigma's eyes. It was not indifference. The agreement is important. They did things they shouldn't. Even if every Guardian leader opposes me, I'd still do it. Enigma's tone was unusually hard. She is serious about it. So what are you going to do? Despite working together, Blue Flash still couldn't understand her completely. Enigma flashed a smile. Astors are going to host a secret meeting. How can I miss my final target? Varian reached the Astor's residence and hoped his friends would calm down after seeing his message. He didn't know. Kyle was busy in his lab and didn't notice Varian's message. Maya tried to work herself out of grief. The loss of a close one and the breakup with her beloved was too much for her to bear. So, she too didn't see his message. Gareth entered Sea Abyss to repay a favor and was in a tough spot. His calm was broken, and he, too, didn't notice Varian's message. After so long, Seth lost hope of Varian being alive and pushed himself in the demon abyss. He was training madly and, of course, his calm was long crushed. Sarah left her calm and home. She was preparing herself to infiltrate the Astor's residence and collect the key evidence. She was worried her calm would be tracked by her father and she'd be stopped before doing anything reckless. Thus, Varian's message was never read by anyone. A/N, seeking constructive criticism. Please give a review of what you liked and disliked. I want to improve the quality of the story. Your help is needed. Thank you. The cab flew through the skyline of Sanaa City's premium district. There was surveillance everywhere. The drones were perfectly timed to never leave any section unwatched. Surveillance was normal in every district of every city. But here it was over the top. It had a good reason. This district was the home to the headquarters of Astor Industries Limited. The main residence of Astor clan was just a few hundred miles from here. You are very handy, Boo. Manufacturing a disguise in no time. Varian didn't forget to pat the small ring on his little finger. No one would guess a super spaceship with massive space capacity turned into an inconspicuous ring. Hee hee. I know I'm the best. But you can praise me more. Boo said in its childish voice. Please observe silence for the deaths in Martin and Gonbald clans. An announcement sounded and all the noise in the district vanished. Horn noises were long discarded. So even the road was exceptionally quiet. It was as if everyone was mourning for the deceased of those two clans. All the skyscrapers in the district also projected mourning holograms. Out of all the skyscrapers, one stood out. It was massive, easily the size of a stadium, its height. It literally pierced into the clouds. There were several floating buildings, satelliting it. A huge hologram with a beautiful font read MHQ, along with morning flowers. AHQ, Astor headquarters. The culprits of his mom's death were mourning someone else's death. How ironic. And satisfying. Varian smiled wholeheartedly. If I can, I really want to thank Enigma, whatever her reasons for killing. Varian wanted to be like her. She wasn't the strongest, perhaps not even level 9. Yet, she could kill anyone and go anywhere. But I can't, not until I find who Sia is and what role Astor's played in Mom's death. The current Varian couldn't fight any of the 3 clans head-on. But he never planned to. The target was Astor's butler, not the Astor clan's head or vice head. Even then, he almost fucked up. I was impulsive back then. If not for Boo, then things would have gotten way more complicated. Varian face-bombed. The fat man's last words were, Astor's butler. Which butler? The main branch's residence housed at least 300 Astor clan members. 100 of them had personal butlers. Which one should Varian be looking for? Thankfully, Boo literally searched through every bit of the fat man's life before finding the target. It seemed like Boo was more praiseworthy. You're the best, Boo. Varian smiled again. Hee, the little ghost melted under the praise. After confirming that Boo blocked potential spying from the autonomous cab, Varian opened the target butler's information. Michael Astor, first class butler, age 36, peak level 6. Body path, enhanced. Info, an extremely ambitious individual. He received a double promotion last year. From a mere third-class butler to first-class butler, he seemed to be blessed. His cultivation also increased from peak level 5 to peak of level 6 in just 1 year. There were rumors he found a magical liquid in the ruins that increased his talent. His rivals and personal enemies disappeared overnight. The second-class butlers that had a feud with him died terribly. Even his family members weren't spared. He is now responsible for cleaning up some of the dirty work of Astor clan. He also supervises a few security companies of Astor clan. These security companies are private soldiers of Astor clan. He aspires to become the head butler. This servant recruitment is an opportunity for him to show his prowess. Note, he and the head butler appear to have an extremely harmonious relationship. Varian studied the information over and over before the cab dropped him off in a huge field. As far as he could see, there was only green grass and vast mountain ranges with small lakes. Is this an estate or a park? He wondered. There were small discussions from the servant candidates gathered in the field. With his peak level 4 hearing, Varian caught the most common word. Security check. There was no manual security check. Right when the cab entered the premises of the estate, the security drone scanned the cab, checked his iris and compared it with his ID, in his case, the forged ID. But wait, iris print was like DNA, unique. How did he not get caught? Boo took care of it. So he was led into the field with a few thousand people as someone he was impersonating. Again, thanks to Boo. Boo produced a disguise Varian could wear. But it couldn't change his physique. So it had to search the entire database of 10 billion living Earthlings. Thankfully, the filters helped reduce the scope of the search. First, it had to be a male. It reduced the scope by nearly 50% to 5 billion. Second, the physical dimensions should match. This proved to be a harsh criterion and only 2 million were selected. The third condition was their divine path. It had to be at least one of the 4 Varian awakened. This was a big filter as well, and only 200,000 people fit the criteria. Finally, they had to be dead silently, without any official confirmation, in the past few days. It narrowed down to 10 people. So Varian picked Nova Reeves, the strongest out of the dead 10. His identity in the field was Nova Reeves, a 20-year-old orphan whose parents were murdered in the dungeon during the current purged mission. Nova himself was a dual awakener in space and morpher paths. He reached level 2 in both paths and waited to surprise his parents. But their death hit him hard, and he killed himself in depression. Before coming here, Varian cremated his body and wished him a better next life, if any. Time passed, and the number of applicants continued to increase. Suddenly, Varian felt something and looked up. A few hover cars tried to descend but failed. An invisible barrier blocked them from entering in. Fucking star treasure. Is it a 6-star or 7-star? Varian cursed at the lavishness. To cover such a huge field, it must be goddamn expensive. Boom. Boom. After a few tries, most of the hover cars left. A few kept trying to enter. Varian felt weird as he commented. They're late. Well, I was only a few minutes early due to cremation. As he glanced at the hover cars in pity, his pupils suddenly constricted. Boom. A red light flashed and in the blink of an eye, the hover cars were burnt to ashes. Gulp. Boo, let me confirm. Answer me honestly. In case anything goes wrong, we can escape, right? Yes, Master. Even though I'm nowhere near my peak, that bubble won't be able to stop me. Level 9S won't be able to catch me either. I'm counting on you. He adjusted his breath and stood at the end of the rectangle formation the applicants formed. Just give me a mental signal and we'll escape. You don't have to worry. Boo's assurance was effective. Whoosh. A huge hologram popped up. There were a couple of butlers looking down at them. Varian saw Michael Astor, his target, along with the head butler. The head butler, a gray-haired man, looked at the applicants and spoke in a commanding voice. 3,567 people are standing on this field. Out of you, only 30 would be selected. The tension rose. We're here to apply for a job. Not to die. This is crazy. We just applied to be a servant. The murmurs turned into roars and finally devolved into yells. Varian stayed silent at the irony. Didn't these people see those hover cars turning into ash? A few people just died because they tried to trespass after the time limit was reached. Do you expect a safe test from such a clan? Take it or leave it. The old man was imposing. From Boo's info, the old man was a level 8 gravity awakener. But he was very old and was nearing his death. The succession for the next head butler was already going on in full swing. So Michael Astor would try his hardest to build a team of strong servants. If some of these servants could be promoted to third-class or second-class butlers, his own chances would increase. Varian signed the contract like most others. Only a few hundred people chose to quit. A hover train arrived and picked them up in no time. 3,001 standing. The head butler in the holograph nodded. Were these 3,000 plus Varian stupid? No. Becoming a servant in the Astor clan itself was a high-paying job. But their ultimate goal was to become a butler and change their surname, thus joining of Astor clan's side branches. If they performed exceptionally, they could join the main clan. Even if they did only SOSO, at least their children and grandchildren would have an opportunity to make it. The possibility of his or her descendant being groomed in Astor clan's main branch was too tempting. Then their own status would also rise. Of course, only a few, less than 1% were able to jump from a servant to a side branch member. But that only increased the allure of the prospect. If not for the strict requirements, there would be hundreds of thousands of candidates flooding the field. The prerequisite is being an earthling of level 2 and less than 25 years old. The head butler repeated and his eyes scanned the field. Even with the harsh entry conditions, if they allowed humans from other planets, there would at least be 10 times more applicants. But they didn't want servants from other planets. They could only verify the detailed information of servants from Earth. This was related to security, and it was a criterion Astor clan would never compromise on. The lowest one is early level 2, advanced only a few days ago. Everyone followed the head butler's gaze and saw a teenage girl stammering. I advanced yesterday. Varian shook his head. This old man is playing mysterious. He just collected the data and maybe scanned our apparent levels with a star treasure. The old man continued. The oldest one is 24 years and 364 days old. Should I say you're incredibly lucky? The man in question, who actually looked to be in his 30s, nodded with a straight face. I've always believed in my luck. Then why are you still at peak level 2? A candidate asked. Haha. Luck my ass. You're just shameless. Get out. The crowd sneered at the man, but he didn't seem to hear anything. Master, look at him. He got a very thick skin. Boo complained to Varian. I got real manufactured skin on top of my real skin. So my skin is thicker. Varian countered. Is this what they call a dad joke? Or at least he tried to counter. Boo, you are not cute anymore. Varian replied in a grim tone. Boo. No. Your joke is actually good. Ha 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 ha. I can't stop laughing. Boo laughed with all its might. Varian's face grimaced. Ho ho ho. My stomach hurts. Master, why your joke is too fun, why, ha ha ha. I can't even speak anymore. Even when he was stabbed in the chest, Varian didn't feel this much pain. He controlled himself and said. Please stop it. Besides, you don't have a stomach. Was I found? Sorry, Master. I will try harder next time. Boo's voice returned to normal. Varian clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. He wanted to swear at the heavens. No. He wanted to slaughter the heavens. But alas, he was too weak at the moment. He'd have to settle for beating up with someone. Anyone. We will release the magic beasts, survive for 3 hours and you'll pass the first round. Hearing those comforting words, Varian's eyes shone as he glanced at the mountains in the distance. After him, the few level 3 applicants also glanced in the same direction. Most of the applicants were level 2 and were a bit slow in sensing the change. Of course, there was no level 4 in the crowd. Younger than 25 years and level 4? That candidate might as well become an adventurer or an army officer. They would retire as a level 5 or 6 and live a comfortable life. Even the level 3s present had the same option. But they were more confident in joining Astor clan and climbing to the top. Start, the head butler said. A 3-hour countdown kicked off in the hologram. Crack. Like glass was shattered, the mountains collapsed, raising a mushroom of dust. From the dust, thousands of level 2 magic beats stormed towards the applicants. As many level 2 applicants ran for it and only a few level 3 applicants preparing themselves to fight, Varian channeled the space power in his body and smiled at the incoming horde. Right in time. Schwa. In a large room 100 miles away, the butlers were seated across a table as they stared at the multiple holograms showing the front lines of the horde. The head butler, Kaito, observed the holograms for a while before turning his gaze to the 5 butlers on either side of the table. They were all first-class butlers, and potential candidates for his position. His task was to train a suitable head butler. The strongest among the 5 was a mid-level 7, yet the most favored was Michael Astor. With his new talent, he could very well reach level 8 before the rest. Who do you think will win? Kaito asked with a smile. The applicants were told to just survive. But that only passes them to the next round and, at best, would make them a servant. But would a head butler really supervise servant selection? Nope. Recently, Shadow Guardians killed a lot of their butlers. So this servant selection was actually a selection of third-class butlers. But a butler must be way more competent than any servant. A true butler must always go above and beyond what was necessary and strive for perfection. This was Kaido's motto and he lived by it. The 5 butlers knew this too well. So they thought for a while before answering one by one whilst pointing out their picks on a hologram. The red shirt guy in Fire Path. Even though he seems only mid-level 2, he already killed 25 beasts. After 6 months of training, he could even be promoted to a third-class butler. I think the pony girl is actually a good candidate. She stole the kills using her space powers. We need shrewd people. She can become a butler in 5 months. The katana guy with his morpher powers. The mind path girl is the best pick. They expressed their picks. These were the butlers they would pick under their own wing. As these 5 first-class butlers compete to be a head butler, these newbies would strengthen their respective faction. The head butler, Kaito, listened to their opinions with a calm face before turning to Michael. But without a care for their intense discussion, Michael Astor, the most promising candidate for head butler, was staring at the screen on his comm. Michael? He didn't respond. Michael. Kaito raised his voice. Huh. Michael gasped as he looked at Kaito with annoyance. But he hurriedly adjusted his composure and looked at his competitors with disdain. Your picks are all trash. Huh, the 4 butlers were furious and were about to ridicule him when Kaito raised his hand. Then what about your choice? Kaito asked with curiosity. I have watched all the holograms showing the frontline and there is none better. The 4 butlers nodded and glared daggers at Michael. Michael chortled and said. That guy is not in the front line. So he ran to the rear and is killing other applicants or what? Is that the best you could come up with, Michael? Michael ignored their remarks and smirked. When everyone is dealing with the front line, this guy actually teleported to the back. A hologram popped up. The 4 butlers, including Kaito, gasped at the scene. This madman. A young man chased behind the horde. A blue light shone from his heart and covered his body, showing his path a morpher. His physical powers seemed to be somewhere around peak of level 2 and early level 3. At the same time, he used his space powers in tandem, as his sword danced under the sun. With each strike, a head rolled down. With each thrust, a body collapsed. With each punch, his smile grew wider. The butler started at Varian, now disguised as Nova Reeves, in utter shock. Michael smiled proudly. This guy has already killed around 50 magic beasts. Don't even ask me if that's possible. He is terrible at using sword and even better at using his fist. If not for triple checking his info, I'd have believed we got a spy. Far away, as Varian slaughtered to his heart's content, Boo transmitted the conversation. I'd have believed we got a spy. You have no idea, really. Varian received a significant boost in all physical stats, but the highest was in vitality. Roar. Gra. Despite themselves, a significant portion of beasts at the end of the horde turned around to attack him. With the length of the horde, it was around a 50 beasts. TSK, 50 level 2. Varian cursed. He turned off his body path and lightning path with system to not get caught. It was as if there was a thin layer on his chi and mana. If he wished, he could break it in an instant. The elementary attacks of the beats reached him first. Fireballs, water arrows, lightning whips and earth spikes. Varian simply teleported into the middle of the beasts. Oh yes. Teleportation after so long. He was loving it. Schwa. Even though his strength lingered only around peak level 2 and early 3 compared to a body awakener, his stamina was outstanding. In fact, his stamina boost was the second highest after vitality. Schwa. Schwa. 7 beasts were killed in an instant. Master, you're awesome. Boo cheered. Varian didn't dare to reply and focused on killing. He already knew he'd be a plant awakener with the boost in stats. Vitality and stamina, these were the hallmark stats of plants. The strength of plant morphers was their high vitality and stamina. The drawback was the lack of their explosive strength and speed. The strongest attack of plant morphers at the same level was also generally lower than that of beast morphers and body awakeners. It was something many plant morphers complained about. Haha. Varian blocked the space around a fireball that was about to hit him and slayed the Scarlet Lion. Varian wouldn't complain. He could use the combination of space and morpher path to make up for its limitations. Of course, in case an all-out battle broke out, his main strength would be his body path followed by lightning path. Morpher path would be an important assist, with it boosting vitality and stamina by a significant amount. Roar. Ra. Schwa. After fighting the clones of Abyss King and Queens, Varian found himself growing stronger. Not just in the levels, but within the level as well. Thud. Thud. None of the attacks even scraped him. Within a few minutes, all the beasts that stayed behind were dead. Ha! Varian bent down and held his knees as he panted. His morpher path wasn't high enough to kill so many magic beasts effortlessly. He had to break some sweat. If I use my body path powers, I can kill 100 magic beasts with 2 strikes. Varian sighed at the disparity. He glanced around and saw the beasts had long diverged into various groups. The applicants initially scattered, but after the horde split to chase after them, they realized battle was inevitable and raised their weapons. While most killed magic beasts, some were killed by them. Of course, there were also a few that used other applicants as sacrifices to survive or kill more magic beasts. Plus 10 XP, Morpher Path Level 3, 60/400, I guess I'll kill a few more, Nova Reeves. A voice sounded in his mind. You are? Varian pretended to be surprised. Telepathy was his mode of communication with both System and Boo, and those two were the ones Varian talked the most to in the past month. It'd be weird if he freaked out from a voice speaking in his head. I am the Andre, a first-class butler. I think you have the potential to be under my Y, follow the rules. Another voice sounded. This time, it came from his calm, the calm of Nova Reeves. Both the voices went silent for a while before an old voice sounded. Varian recognized it as the head butler. It, too, sounded from his calm, you have passed this round. I am expecting more from you, Nova Reeves. It was laced with a touch of approval, but more of generosity. Varian stayed true to his role and bowed. Yes, sir. I will do my best. Haha. Kaito, the head butler, seemed pleased and revealed the truth about the test. Or at least part of it. You and a few others have a chance to become a butler if you perform well. As his words ended, a few luxurious hover cars shot towards them from a distance and, in mere seconds, landed before Varian and a few others. Varian got into the car. Only 30 minutes passed since the test began and most of the applicants were still struggling. Thus, the sight of 20-odd applicants leaving the field bizarre. Even though they didn't know the reason, they knew they missed something. Of course, all they could was to watch in envy as the hover cars took off and dashed into the horizon. After what felt like a minute, Varian got down and saw dueling rings on a flattened mountain top. There were 5 of those rings. His calm informed him of the ring he should stand in. Surprisingly, he was the only one for his ring. Unlike him, there were 5 candidates in the other 4 rings. The butlers were seated at a distance and glanced at the 21 short-listed applicants. The 5 butlers picked 5 applicants each, save for Michael. He went with only one, Varian. We said 30, but we were going to pick 80 servants. Kaito's voice was clear even in the mountain top with the radius of couple miles. But for butlers, each of the first-class butlers will pick 1 butler each. He pointed to the 5 butlers sitting beside him. Varian and the 20 others nodded. Since each butler except Michael picked 5, you have to fight it out. Kaito's voice caused a noticeable change in the atmosphere. The last one standing is selected. The candidates shot a glance at Varian. He must be the one Michael picked. A girl with a ponytail raised her hand. Isn't this unfair? Yes, Sir Michael. How can he be selected without any fight? He might be good in fight against magic beasts, but he would cower when fighting against humans. The guy, 24 years and 364 days old, also raised his issue. Varian clicked his tongue. He glanced at the arrogant figure in the judging panel, who ignored the points raised by others. Michael Astor. Michael Astor was glancing at Nova Reeves. After the candidates raised their topics and went on for a good 5 minutes, Michael raised his hand. The candidates fell silent. I trust my instincts. This guy is special. Varian gasped and gave a grateful smile. Inwardly, his killing intent rose. Boo, he's dangerous. Kaito let out a soft chuckle. We'll have a ranking battle with the selected. The butlers were satisfied. If the candidate of their choice defeated Michael's pick, then that'd show their vision was better. All these little things add up when a head butler would be selected. Besides, in the long run, after 10 or 20 years, these candidates would rise and become the pillars of their faction. You can recover and start fighting. Kaito waved his frail hand and green vials appeared in front of every candidate. High Space Awakener. Varian noted and gulped down the green liquid. A warmth originated from his abdomen and spread towards his body. This was a healing liquid. Varian didn't have many injuries to begin with, but took it for the sake of it. After a few minutes, his injuries were healed. But before he could wake up, the prana in his body flowed towards the warmth. Varian felt the life force in his body slowly rise. His prana was increasing. System, keep my morpher aura at the same level, he said and went into meditation. Yes, host. No one can sense any change in your aura change. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and a blue screen greeted him. +5 XP, Morpher Path Level 3, 65/400, Varian got up under the weird gazes of the judging panel. He looked around and realized the knockout battles were already nearing completion. Michael now had a frown as he glanced at Varian. While everyone thought Varian was too injured due to his performance in the test earlier, Michael had another feeling. He's definitely not injured. He didn't do drugs. A morpher also heals faster than anyone else. Then did he just meditate because the matches are boring? Regardless, he just gives a weird feeling. Varian ignored the varying gazes and put a drop of the healing liquid on his ghost ship disguised as a ring. Boo, find the source and ingredients of this liquid? Increasing XP with healing liquid was a strange experience. It never happened when he took the healing potions after the hideout slaughters in the past few days. So what was really special about this particular liquid? Master, there is a special 4-star plant, Esteslia, used. I see. Varian verified his conjecture. It seemed like the plant he was somehow related to the planet entity his morpher path would transform him into. So consuming it enabled the prana in his body to increase the connection with that entity he'd morph into. Such cases were common in both plant and beast morphers. It was their unique little advantage. Of course, the push it gave would only be till level 3. From level 4, morphers could partially transform and it'd no longer help. Varian decided to pick a few of those plants soon, but for now, he glanced at the dual rings. Boom. Boom. As he expected, the final battles were fought between level 3s. But the surprising thing was the 3 corpses that were thrown out of the ring. Varian glanced at the contestants that were immersed in the fight and the butlers that didn't give a fuck. He didn't feel any pity for them. They knew what they were getting themselves into. At least they died pursuing their goal. But I want to live and fulfill my goals. He clenched his fists. I need to win Michael's trust as soon as possible, then I can poison and take him away. Michael nodded at Varian and Varian nodded back. He's a peak level 6. It might take a little longer, but once he's poisoned, he'd a fish on the chopping board. As Varian simulated on the ways to poison Michael, the battles ended. You can now rest before we have a one-on-one match, Kaido announced. I will take on them all. Varian raised his hand. What? The 4 candidates glared daggers at Varian, but he didn't care. Even the strongest among them was a mid-level 3. Besides, these people weren't exactly the genius-level figures of Imperial Academy. Varian repeated his words, looking at the head butler. I'll fight them all. Michael's chest puffed out. Yes. A good seed. The stronger you are, the better. Sure. I'm also curious. Kaido nodded. The other butlers sent the messages to their chosen ones. The air turned heavy. After 30 minutes, the 4 applicants jumped into Varian's ring. Old rules. Knock out your opponent or immobilize them. The first one to be knocked out is 5th and the last one standing is 1st. Start. Just as Kaido's voice trailed off, the 4 participants turned to Varian. Despite themselves, they decided to unite and knock him down. Tisk. Varian clicked his tongue as the space around him solidified. At the same time, a fireball shot at him. A body awakener and a beast morpher, both at level 3, lunged at him with great speed. Varian used his own space power and punched back. Crack. His fist crashed into the chest of the level 3 Space Awakener that teleported behind him for a surprise attack. The Space Awakener crashed into the ground in disbelief as he coughed out blood. He couldn't bear the pain any longer and passed out. 1 down. Varian teleported the next moment and the fireball, Body Awakener and Beast Morpher destroyed the location he was previously standing. Boom! The stage shook as gravel rose into the air. Varian appeared behind the Fire Awakener and punched through the wall of fire his opponent hastily set up in the final moment. Boom! Similar to Space Awakener, Fire Awakener also had a weak body. So a strong punch was enough to knock him down. But his shield helped him out and absorbed a lot of damage. Before the Fire Awakener could escape, Varian blocked the space and kicked him. Crack. It was too fast and this time, even the defensive fire wall was affected by space block. The Fire Awakener was kicked out of the ring and collapsed on the ground. Soon, he too passed out. Son of a bitch. The Body Awakener and the Beast Morpher cursed at the same time. Varian's gaze instinctively shifted to the smiling Michael and his gaze darkened. A sword appeared in his hand and Varian teleported in front of the final 2 contestants. The sword was still sheathed, and Varian didn't intend to kill. The Beast Awakener had a stronger speed and explosive strength. His body glowed in red and his fist reached Varian's neck in an instant. They were sure Varian couldn't teleport out in time since his space path was only level 2. Behind him, the Body Awakener kick was closing in on at Varian's groin. The angle he picked was perfect, even if Varian dodges the Beast Morpher's punch, he would take a kick in the groin. In this battle, such a kick meant death. These 2 were cooperating to kill him off. Varian's gaze cooled down, and he unsheathed his sword. He was indeed only a level 2 Space Awakener, but the experience in space layers honed his expertise in space. Boom! The punch of the Beast Morpher blasted empty air as Varian vanished into thin air. The Body Awakener, still in kicking posture, suddenly turned around, and raised his arms in guard. Shwa! The cold metal plunged into his neck and, the butler who selected him was about to use his power, but Kaido glanced at him. The butler clenched his fist and sat with his head down under Michael's mocking gaze. Thud! Crack! The Beast Morpher's eyes were bloodshot, and he stepped on the corpse of Body Awakener and jumped at Varian. If that Space Awakener was still standing, he'd have helped you out. But too bad. Varian exploited his advantage and teleported away. Even though the speed of Beast Morpher was significantly higher than his own, he couldn't stop Varian from teleporting. Boom. Boom. Each of his punches only hit empty air, and the beast morpher was slowly losing control. Losing control was in a battle was asking for death. Die. The beast morpher roared and shot at Varian with his greatest speed. Shwa. Varian teleported right above the beast morpher and his sword light flashed. Thud. A headless corpse rolled on the floor. I killed 3 humans till now. The fat man and these 2. Varian wiped the red blood off his face. To save humanity as a whole, the green blood of Abyssals must be shed. He sheathed his sword. But also the red blood of traitors. After cleaning his face, he looked at the judge panel. They glanced at him. His eyes didn't show any remorse or pity for killing. It was like a normal and even a just thing to do. Varian's greeted with a calm and steady smile. But for my personal grudges, I will kill. Be it Michael or be it Narcissus. Michael glanced up and down at Varian and applauded. Wonderful. I will personally train you for a week. You'll be appointed as 3rd-class butler, and as soon as you advance to level 5, you'll be a 2nd-class butler. Varian, no, Nova Reeves bowed to Michael. I will not disappoint. 7 days was more than enough to find a suitable opportunity. Hope your answer will not disappoint or you'd be facing hell. There were around 1,000 people living here. 300 of them were Astor clan members. 100 were butlers. There were 200 maids and 400 servants. Usually, any butler started as a trainee butler. After spending a few years gaining experience, they'd be assigned to a clan member as a 3rd-class butler. Then after a few decades, if they were lucky, they'd be promoted to a 2nd-class butler. To be a 1st-class butler, one needed strength, influence and reputation. Thus, there were only 5 of them. Finally, the head butler that oversaw the entire residence. He was the closest aide of clan head and an unofficial vice-clan head. The descendants of the head butler and 1st-class butlers were regarded as members of Astor clan. This was a dream for many. Thus when Michael announced Varian would be promoted to a 3rd-class butler after a week's training, he drew more envy than awe. It didn't affect the man in question. Michael started training Varian in the etiquette and the various written and unwritten rules of butler service. Michael was quite satisfied with the newbie who exhibited excellent understanding. He learned the etiquette, understood the rules and displayed his wisdom in knowing when to break and when to follow them. Of course, he had a lot more to learn, but Michael was confident he could start working after a few days. This newbie definitely had the strength. After learning about him single-handedly taking down 4 contestants, he was acknowledged. He socialized within Michael's faction. He was a great drinker for a level 3 and quickly connected with others. His interactions with the direct members of the Astor clan were also harmonious so far. He seemed to know the buttons for every person. Michael even checked it himself. He took the newbie to a calm-looking young master and a cold-faced young missy. His task was to hold a conversation with them for 10 minutes. The young master with a calm exterior was actually easy to be angered. He hated the sunlight, hated flattery, and hated the ever-present fakeness. So when the newbie butler went ahead and hit it off with the young master, Michael was shocked. The topic started from Varian confessing that he was tasked to talk with him, which gained the approval of the young master, and then it soon turned into why social politeness should be replaced with frankness. His next target, the cold-looking young missy, ended up clutching her stomach as she couldn't stop her laughter. Somehow, after a few minutes, he knew the right topics of her interest. How did you do that? Michael asked, gazing curiously at the newbie. The newbie maintained a humble expression and replied. Intuition. Michael squinted his eyes and didn't delve deeper. You have a very good EQ. Varian smiled lightly. I have a ghost AI that hacked their personal information. After a tiring day, he retired to his living quarters. Varian laid on the bed and tried to find a solution. Michael was always busy and there would always be at least a 2nd-class butler with him as a secretary. This was the main branch, but the whole Astor clan had tens of thousands of members. The work of a first-class butler was ridiculous. He taught Varian while working. I need an opportunity. Varian was lost in thoughts when the bell rang. Wind Courier Express. Varian picked the courier from the drones and opened the box. There were daily necessities along with some new clothes. He tore the bag and picked the special herbs hidden. Tapping the ring of his finger, the herbs disappeared and Boo's voice sounded. Poison will be prepared in an hour. The training continued, and late night on the 6th day, Michael called Varian. After reaching the courtyard of Michael's mansion, Varian saw the 16 butlers under Michael along with the man himself seated across a table. Varian sat at the end after greeting his seniors. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Varian could tell from the way they drooled at the level 5 magic beast's meat and their flushed faces after gulping down the 3rd glass of precious Ulu wine. Varian copied the act of the others and pretended to be ecstatic as he grabbed a roasted leg. Michael looked at his underlings and smiled. Enjoy to your heart's content today. You all have to arrange for an important meeting day after tomorrow. The table fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and glanced at the first-class butler. Our vice head would be meeting with an important guest. We'll need to prepare thoroughly. Michael's eyes glanced at the top butlers under him. They nodded fervently, indicating they wouldn't miss. Thomas said timidly. But sir, neither me nor Wei can match you. If the guest is so important, it is better for you to do it. Varian recalled that the timid guy was recently promoted to a second-class butler. Michael shook his head regretfully. If it was any other time, it'd be my work. But recently, the dungeons affected our operations quite a bit. Varian raised an eyebrow. The atmosphere suddenly went dull. There was something he wasn't saying. Master, the teams of Astor clan that went to raid hideouts were ambushed. A few geniuses died and Astor clan stopped sending them altogether. Varian put on a clueless face for others to see. Michael took a deep breath and continued. We have officials across all levels. The butlers nodded. Astor clan focused on officialdom, unlike Martin and Gonbold that specialized in medicine and minerals. Someone is digging up the corruption materials of our low and mid cadre. And they're doing it quickly. Michael's eyes exuded killing intent. Even though he didn't name it, it seemed like he knew the perpetrator. Enigma. Don't shame me. I'm counting on you. Michael said to the second-class butlers and turned to the rest. You should be helping them. Yes. Everyone agreed. Except one. Varian raised his hand and gave a polite smile. Sir Michael, I cannot help my seniors. Michael raised an eyebrow. He didn't like slackers. Even if it was a genius. But Varian's next words surprised him. I have a lot to learn from you. I want to be your personal assistant for a day. Varian praised him a bit before stating his request. Maxim, Michael's personal assistant, stared at Varian gratefully. Recently, the workload was piling up and he needed a break. Michael recalled Varian's excellent memory, which he didn't know was Boo's memory, and nodded. Fine. Don't make any mistakes. I will give my 200%. Varian smiled excitedly. Others thought he was excited to directly work under Michael, but only he knew that he seized the opportunity. The rest were asked to start preparations for the meeting immediately. Varian could guess the reason from the holograms Boo found. George Astor, the mayor of Yen City, was found to be artificially inflating the prices of the beast cores he stockpiled. He embezzled at least 20 million karma points. Mayors were in the bottom upper cadre of officialdom. Above them, there were officials at cluster level and officials at planetary level. The topmost were the Federation level officers. Of course, Astor family had none at such level. So just a mayor's scam wouldn't have troubled them. But Vincent Astor, mayor of Aiden Astor, mayor of Chase Astor, mayor of Miles Astor, mayor of Diego Astor, Pearl City mayor, embezzled. There were around 100 such posts. All of them were Astor clan members. Boo, did all this happen just a few hours ago? Varian asked for the third time. It was still surreal such a thing was possible. Yes, Master. A few minutes after you entered the party, the news attached with ironclad proofs flew all over the metanet. The Astor clan tried to suppress the news. But their influence only stopped at Earth. The other 7 planets are now fully aware of this. Even on Earth, this news is spreading like wildfire. Varian sighed in wonder. The Astor clan was really in deep trouble. Even though people knew politics was and officialdom had darkness, they couldn't stand it when it was exposed. There would be a very strong public opinion against Astor clan. Of course, Astor clan would go down because of public opinion alone. Its rivals would use the public opinion in their favor and bring down the Astor clan. Then this new clan would make promises to act against corruption and people would believe it, until the day they would be exposed. So, Michael would be very busy now. Varian chuckled. He reached the designated office nearly an hour ahead of schedule. Control the narrative. Michael's screams nearly shook the ceiling. Come up with a convincing lie. Say that these 100 mayors are not our own people. Their ancestors joined Astor clan for their own greed. Michael growled into his calm. Varian wisely chose not to enter for the time being. Actually, fuck it. If worst comes to worst, let's hang them all and convince public that we are also victims. He ended the call with a slam on the table. Nova, don't be fucking late. He yelled at Varian. Varian was early by an hour, but it didn't matter. So Nova Reeves apologized. I'm terribly sorry. Whatever. Now sort these files. I need to meet a few delegates today. Call their secretaries and fix the APO. Varian's work began in the early morning. Michael had almost no breathing time as he kept calling higher officials. He requested, cajoled, threatened and finally, even begged. The ones that agreed with him, he praised them after hanging up the call. The ones that refused, Nova, list them down. Check if they have a weaker member in the family. Mother or children. He ordered in a cold tone. Yes. Varian's body stiffened and he replied in a colder tone. Michael was too engrossed in his work and didn't notice the peculiarity. Time seemed to fly and Michael had a mountain of things to do. A few butlers initially approached him for suggestions regarding the arrangement for meeting. Even though he was busy, he displayed his professionalism and helped them out. Varian didn't like that. Boo, spread the news in all media. Do not allow it to be taken down. Also, find some of their darker corruption material on them and publish it. Yes, Master. Michael's world nearly came crashing down when 5 Astor's cluster officers' scam was leaked. Damn it. They had only 25 clusters under control. Now, 5 were collapsing in front of his very eyes. Fuck. Enigma. You bitch. I hope you die a dog's death. He cursed and slammed the table. Crack. It broke down, and the files flew into the air. Michael was now losing control. The always calm and composed Michael, he was breaking under the pressure. Varian flashed an imperceptible smile and right then, a butler rushed into the room. Sir Michael, do you think we can use less expensive delicacies for the GU? Boom. Slap. The butler crashed into the wall as blood flowed down his battered cheek. Michael lunged at him and held his collar before slapping him again. You think I'm your nanny? Why don't you think for yourself? He slapped Thomas with the back of his hand. Slap. Slap. After a few slaps, he threw him out of the office. Fucking maggots. Varian hurriedly bowed and acted like a frightened level 2. Michael looked at his hand and paused for a moment. He seemed to have realized what he had just done. He looked back and saw the blood staining the wall. Michael raised his finger to tap the comm before retracting. He couldn't bring himself down to apologize. So he turned to Nova Reeves, his one-day assistant who seemed very competent, inform everyone they can contact me after 7 p.m. Until then, they better stay out of my sight. Yes, sir. Varian hurriedly opened his comm and repeated the exact same words. In his mind, he ordered Boo to change them. All the butlers under Michael received the message. Sir Michael is very busy. Do not disturb him till 7 a.m. Until then, you better stay out his sight. Michael resumed his work, and before he knew it, the suns were already down. In fact, it was only a while before the meeting begun. Those guys didn't come for help again. Phew. Michael leaned back on his chair and rubbed his forehead. Today was easily the worst day of his long career. His body was fine, but his mind was overwhelmed from the pressure. Sir, exquisite soothing juice. Michael glanced at the newcomer, Nova Reeves, serving him his favorite drink. He didn't think much and gulped down the drink. Another annoying comm message sounded, and he raised his hand in annoyance. Huh. As he dealt with the news, his vision suddenly blurred. Am I overworked? But I am an awakener. Nova, my head, he called out to his personal assistant. Shoo. Nova's previous docile smile shifted into something different. A predatory smile. Boo, let's go. Michael felt himself being thrown into some strange room before he lost consciousness. In one of the main courtyards, second-class butlers hustled for the final minute preparations. To describe the arrangements, one word stood out. Lavish. The chairs and tables were made from green wood. The cost of a single chair was enough for a family of 4 to live comfortably for 3 months. Then the delicacies. Each dish was meticulously prepared by the Fire Awakener chefs. Level 7 magic beasts meat was used. There were even a few level 8 magic beasts dishes. Complementing precious herbs multiplied the value of the dishes. The special wine was Sura, also known as fake ambrosia. Its name spoke for itself. Just one meal and a low awakener would reap the benefits of half year's cultivation. But of course, that would be a mere fantasy. The security was enough to stop even high awakeners. Besides the star treasures projecting multiple barriers, there were 100 elite guards taking care of the perimeter. These were mostly level 6 awakeners. Amidst such a lineup, the vice head of Astor clan, Dayu rubbed her forehead. Her gentle yet commanding voice sounded across the field. If you do any mistake, you'll be hanged. The second-class butlers responsible for overseeing the arrangements were sweating at her calm yet serious remarks. What happened to Michael? Dayu frowned and turned to her personal butler. He asked us to not disturb him. The cluster officer's scam must have been too much to bear. Her personal butler replied. If it's gone, it's gone. Strength is the final word. Dayu waved her hand in irritation. Managing such matters wasn't her strong suit. She liked twisting off heads better. That was why she was chosen as the host of this meeting. Of course, being a vice head gave the other party enough courtesy. But to host a level 8, one must be a level 8. Of course, that was how it seemed. Like a normal meeting. The true aim of the meeting was. Miss, the security is lower than expected. Anna's figure flashed, and she appeared before Sarah. Sarah glanced at the most important building of Astor clan, the administrative block. Her goal was to find the evidence of Astor's colluding with Shadow Order and, preferably, Abyssals. Let's go. Sarah said and crushed a red crystal. The aura around her disappeared, and she turned invisible. It was a treasure, items found in ruins, but cannot be manufactured by humans. They were much more precious, and even Sarah inherited only a couple from her late mother. Anna crushed a similar crystal and followed her in. The original plan was to let Anna enter while Sarah waited in a safe location. In case of danger, Anna could teleport to the Sarah and they'd leave in her private spaceship. But due to some reason, the security was much lower around the building. After drugging a guard retiring from her duty and a couple of her superiors, they had an idea of the building's layout and made an interesting discovery. The high-level awakeners were absent for some reason. They seemed to be transferred out somewhere. So Sarah, too, would be joining the search. They attributed the weirdness here to the important meeting a few miles from here. Are they trying to salvage their officialdom? Anna thought as a small orb in her hand scanned the data storages in the adjacent rooms. The guards in the hallway and the officials walking in and out didn't seem to notice her actions. The treasure had its limits both on time and level. A level 9 could easily sense them. But Anna was pretty sure the Astor's clan master wouldn't be in this building at midnight. "Miss, if you weren't a dual awakener," Evander would cry in joy. Anna bitterly smiled as her figure blinked in and out of the rooms. As she expected, there was no evidence about shadow order in the early rooms. Sarah went deeper. "But even if you are not fated to be a sovereign, I believe you'll be the strongest level 9. Anna clenched her fist and teleported to a larger office. In a luxurious office, the orb in Sarah's hand glowed red. "Here." She looked around and saw a peak level 6 awakener in the office. He wasn't an officer, but a guard. It only showed the importance of the room. She tapped a ring, and the supermaid appeared beside her in an instant. Anna didn't need to be told as she knocked out the man and used her own orb to locate the special switch. With a click, a secret door was opened, and Anna dived in first. After a second, she poked her head out and nodded at Sarah. The data that would destroy Astor clan was right inside. At the same time, in the meeting venue, a black spaceship descended, and 3 men in black jumped down. There was a hooded figure symbol in their suits. The face part was black, but with a blood-red smile mark. It was the Shadow Order. Dayu smiled at the incoming guests. The man in lead, the vice head of Shadow Order, nodded at her and turned back. Abyssals sauntered out of the spaceship. Leading them was a female Abyssal in a red dress. Ruslana, level 8, Demon Abyss's royal princess, daughter of Demon King, nodded lightly at the humans. Her gray skin was in contrast with her red dress, but somehow she exuded a strange elegance. "Let's begin." Soon, the vice-chiefs of Astor clan and Shadow Order started their meeting with the Abyss Princess. The members of Astor clan calmly received the scene that would have shocked any normal human. The servants walked around with soulless eyes. There was a high-level mind awakener controlling them. The second-class butlers were enthusiastic as they greeted the familiar Abyssals and Shadow Order members. The third-class butlers tried to fawn up and develop a harmonious relationship. Obviously, this was not the first time. It wasn't as if this didn't weird out a few butlers. It surely did, and quite a few threatened to expose this to public. They were no more. Including their families, friends and relatives, everyone related to them was gone. Those who remained were the ones with tight mouths. "It looks like you're in a pinch." Ruslana sipped the wine and smiled at Dayu. "So are you." Mandla, the vice head of Shadow Order, chimed in. Abyssal spies were hunted down. Astor clan's officials were exposed. It was an embarrassment for any major power. The air turned still for a few minutes. "We all have the common enemy." Ruslana endured the shame of sitting with the inferior species and broke the silence. Enigma. That name was like a bomb that silenced all friction. Even Dayu stiffened up and clenched her fist. Ruslana smirked and continued. "Just how long can you keep your Astor clan, keep your geniuses from going out?" Dayu gritted her teeth. There was no answer. No one can catch her. She has no one to be threatened with. Her strength is enough to overwhelm every level 8. The day she wills it, all the geniuses of your clan would be killed. Ruslana said while enjoying the contorting face of the inferior female. Like Martin and Gonbold clan, all their promising geniuses are killed. Even though we too lost our best geniuses, we at least have the younger ones. Dayu sighed before glaring at Ruslana. She was against us in every step, but her focus was always on you. So what happened? She growled at the haughty princess. Ruslana didn't answer and instead, following human etiquette, started her late dinner. Mandla glanced at the angry Dayu and sighed. It doesn't matter if this plan is perfect, right? Dayu, who seemed furious, laughed out loud. I really hope so. Ruslana said. Martin, Gonbold clans are vassals of Xander's. You are next. We got enough people here. Just wait, once she comes. I'm here. A cold voice drifted with the wind. Her voice was colder than the night. Varian nodded. Torturing a level 6 is hard. It's better to be clever than to be stupid. The aura of Michael was falling. Level 6 peak. Level 5 peak. Level 3 peak. All the way to level 1 peak and finally no more. This was the result of Boo's 30 minutes hard work. Of course, Maikia's divine path didn't actually digress. But for a set period, he would be weakened. Wake up. Wake up. Varian saw the man slowly open his eyes. Michael was in a daze for a moment before he yelled. Nova. How dare you poison me? You're dead. Then he channeled the chi in his body, or at least tried to and failed. What is going on? Michael couldn't feel the chi in his body. His heart nearly stopped. It was better than his chi stopping. This can't be. He tried to sense the chi, there was none. No. I'm just tired. He stood up and glanced at the strange white room he was in. Yes. I'm tired and hallucinating. Even the fact that he was in an alien location bothered him less than the fact that he lost his chi. Wake up. Yes. Wake up. He closed his eyes and tried to wake up. I can feel it. Yes. I can. Michael clutched his chair and roared at himself. After failing to sense chi for the 10th time, he could no longer convince himself. He leaned against the white wall and muttered with soulless eyes. Just what happened? He remembered drinking something from the newbie butler and then everything went dark. Nova. Michael gritted his teeth in anger and fear. Nova. He yelled. The replies were his own echoes. Michael didn't give up and slammed on the white walls. He was an ambitious man. He couldn't be trapped here. He needed to lead the Astor clan. They deserved him. No. They needed him. He would climb the ladder and one day, reach level 9. He would never lose to anyone. He was Michael Astor. Bang. 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 Let me out. He slammed the white walls with his weak arms. They were merciless and unmoving. After what seemed like an eternity, Michael stopped. His arms were bleeding and any strength he previously had was now sapping out with the red liquid that gushed out. Please. Michael lowered his proud head. Whoever you are, give me back my powers and I'll do anything. Good. A sonorous voice sounded across the room, jolting Michael to his feet. He didn't curse or demand, but he bowed his head again and asked. What should I do? Questions like, who are you, wouldn't work. His experience proved that to him many times. When being on the lower end of power, you shouldn't act as equals. I am a visitor to your solar system. The white wall vanished and Michael gasped as he saw a 10-foot-tall humanoid. He wore luxurious robes and had 6 arms. The most striking feature of him was the shining horn on his forehead. Michael saw hope and composed himself. Since the other party wants to explain their identity, he did not interrupt. Look around. And he did. Michael's eyes widened as he felt his hair erect. They were in a military briefing. Officers starting from level 6 all the way to level 8 and even 1 or 2 famous level 9s were seated. Yet no one seemed to be aware of their presence. The level 9 officer, High General, addressed the latest developments of Purge mission. Michael gulped as sweat rolled down his forehead and drenched his back. Are you the dreamer? He quivered. What do you think? The humanoid asked back. His height of 10 feet was intimidating, but it was the absolute confidence he radiated coupled with the impossible feat that really frightened him. Michael bowed his head. Sir Dreamer, what should I do for you to give me my power back? The humanoid chuckled. Don't you want more? More? Michael looked up in confusion and gaped at the ridiculous scene. The space around Michael solidified, a lightning arc danced above his hand, a green light and orange light on the humanoid. Space, lightning, morpher and body awakener. There was no mistaking it. He could clearly feel the distinct aura of each path. 4 paths. An impossible feat. How? Michael found himself crawling to the humanoid. Partly in reverence. Partly in greed. He wanted it. He, too, wanted to stand proud. No. He deserved it. The world needed him. I can teach you. I can even help you cross the sovereign level. The humanoid said in a casual tone. Michael knelt down and proclaimed. Anything. I'll do anything. Please give me the chance, Master. He could doubt the scene with the military, but he couldn't doubt a single being using 4 divine paths. This was deemed impossible by every scientist since Blink. Out of the hundreds of billions of humans that existed since Blink, there was not a single awakener in 4 paths. Coupling this with how his chi was deprived, Michael was convinced. The humanoid in front of him was someone beyond his imagination. He could really do what he said. Varian smiled coldly and continued. The price is the death of everyone you are close with. Michael didn't hesitate. Power. I just want more power. Good. You're the perfect seed. The humanoid clapped, and Michael's smile widened. It seemed like he passed the test. Before I grant you the power, tell me why you want to betray the household you served for 20 years? Michael paused for a moment and answered hoarsely. They are trash. They don't recognize my talents. I worked as a third-class butler for 19 years. All my youth was wasted. Varian raised an eyebrow. Then why were you promoted to first-class butler all of a sudden? This was the core question. A few months after his mother's death, Michael was promoted to a first-class butler and advanced to level 6. Coupled with Michael's connection with the fat man, Varian was sure he was closer to the truth. Boo tried, but couldn't find any related information about Michael's promotion. Michael closed his eyes and clenched his fist. If this was the ticket to his supremacy, he couldn't risk it with a life. I followed the orders of Roxana Xander and covered up a small case. She gave me a potion and my talent rose. I directly advanced to, Varian's disguise went off, and he slumped on the couch. Human? Who the fuck are you? What's happening? He ignored the surprised and despairing screams from Michael as the robotic arms sliced him apart. He sat down and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with rage and sorrow. Boo stayed silent as it felt the pain in its master's heart. His laughter went on until his throat turned dry. Michael was long dead. Fuck them. He growled. This enmity went beyond any humiliation Charles inflicted upon him. This was something else. 1 month and I'm level 4. Varian's smile turned cold. 1 year and I'll be sovereign. Your history of 500 years. Your glory. Your influence. Your power. Your strength. Your allies. Everything will be crushed in 1 year. Varian vowed. Strength. I want to grow stronger at any cost. Suddenly, his head spun and Varian found himself collapsing on the couch. He heard Boo's shouts before everything turned black. And white. Here again? Varian. Please stop. Her familiar voice was now filled with anxiety. Varian turned around and saw Sia, around 15 years old, along with the younger Varian. The young Varian was furious and yelled at her. Strength. I want to grow stronger at any cost. Slap.